Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. So tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra.
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth-telling, more problem-solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. Good morning, Cayman. How's everybody doing? Oh my gosh, Maureen, Maureen, Maureen. All right, give me one quick second, good folks. I'm going to just get the IG link going. And hmm, yes. Oh my. How's everybody doing? Wet and wild? Wet and bewildered? Hold on, honey. Chill. Let me just grab the links here. Don't forget, folks, some of y'all are still confused about that channel. It's super easy. Y'all are complicating your lives beyond what it needs to be complicated. Some of y'all like, Sandy, I'm just not tech savvy. I'm like, this is surely not the definition of tech savvy. I can assure you of. This is not tech savvy. This is the bare minimum. Y'all can do it. I've got faith in you. I believe in you. Yes, honey chow. Y'all can learn how to follow a channel and turn on those notifications. Ay, ay, ay. Not brain surgery, not anywhere close to being tech savvy. Y'all still be like, I don't know. I'm afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of about. What are you going to do? Break what's up? Ay, ay, ay. Caramba. Not to worry. Not to worry. In the words of my Honduran friends, planchera. Que planchera. All right, let's see here now. All right, we got the links going there. Let me just check on the Instagram. Good folks over here. And I need to mute this so y'all don't hear all the messages coming in all day long. You'll hear ping, 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 ping. All right, good. Very good. Yes, there we go. Lots of moving parts behind the scene. Big shout out to Chuck Taylor. He came on yesterday for a little bit. Chuck was like, oh, honey child, these people don't know what we be doing in the background. I'm like, no, you know what? That's a compliment. That's a compliment because obviously we make it look so easy. Do you guys know that most talk show hosts have people in the background doing all the stuff that I do? They've got like a whole team of people that do it. I used to envy them. I'm like, man, I need to go over to Rooster where I can have a producer and I can have a salesperson and I can have this one and that one and, you know, yada, yada, yada. And oh my gosh. It's fun to have all those people, somebody else answering the phone for you, patching through phone calls. By the way, shout out to Kenneth Bryan. Did anybody listen to his show last week? He gets the help of production because he actually goes in the studio. So I understand that he has someone there actually handling the board. I think they're handling the board as well as taking his calls. And he's just talking into the microphone, I guess, and checking his phone for messages or whatever. He says that it's a show for his constituents. So I don't know if you're not a constituent. Does that mean that you don't listen to the show? I mean, that's like a couple hundred people potentially that he has. Someone did send me the link because apparently he was on social as well. And I saw about 22 people watching it. So I thought, all right, somebody's watching, somebody's interested. That's good. Let me just see here. Good morning to all of our Instagram folks. Of course, everyone should know by now that school has been canceled for a third consecutive day. I'm going to take on some of y'all this morning who are like, why are we canceling school? Oh my gosh. Y'all just like, Well, when I was a kid, when Jesus was still in diapers, Sandy, you have to see what we had to go through and we were riding the waves. Daniel, is Daniel listening this morning? I had to chuckle when I saw Daniel's post about, oh, I was such a tough little kid. I could get wet in the rain. I was like, oh, Lord. Y'all make me laugh. I got to be honest with you. I think there are a number of factors here. Where's Daniel? Is he listening to me this morning? Daniel, you don't even know what was going on when you were a kid. Let's have the truth be told now. Yep. It was raining and the house was flooding and you had no clue. You were just like, I am here for the fun. Yep. I don't care what's going on. I think it is different when you are a kid. And of course, things have also changed. I mean, let's just be very, very honest here. Things have changed. They're not what they used to be. And I don't know, I don't know what Cayman was because, of course, I probably wasn't even here. Um, but I don't know what Cayman was back in the day in terms of weather events. So y'all can tell me. You're free to educate me because I'm clueless about how all of this worked. But was it a situation back in the day where, um, you know, it was flooding the same way? Did you guys have flooding? Was it less flooding? Were your house, because those zinc roofs are maybe a little bit more sturdy? I mean, I don't know. Did you not have to, you know, patch anything? You didn't have sheetrock to fall down on you? What was it like? We need somebody with all those memories who can tell me what it was like and what was going on to step forward, because I'm not really the person who would be able to say one way or the other what the situation was back then. Let me just adjust my chair and my light here. But I do think that, given what we now have in terms of flooding and stuff like that, it was inevitable. I mean, the rain did not let up last night. In fact, when I was walking Zeus last night, I thought, this weather looks worse than it was before. What on earth is going on? A little storm trying to hold on to us. I'm like, come on, storm. Don't bother with it. Keep it moving. Keep it moving, honey chill. Good morning, Miss Jean. Good morning to Evelyn. Olivia's in the house. Miss Morna's here. Beautiful Gina. Patricia Blake. Angela Rich. Ingrid Rivers. Don says good morning from Los Angeles. What? He says, looks like I picked a good time to go on vacation. Yeah. How's LA, by the way? It's on my list. I got to go soon. I keep saying Cayman Airways has all these amazing destinations now. I really must make time to travel more. LA sounds like fun. I kind of passed through LA many, many moons ago. I did a trip down, I think it's US 1 that runs like that side of California, right? So many moons ago, we did a whole trip, almost, I think, the full length of US 1. We didn't go into like Lake Tahoe area, but California is a very, very interesting state. Outside of the city is so beautiful. Like Monterey area, we stopped in there. Such quaint little towns. And, you don't see too many variety in those towns. It's not quite as diverse. But it is very, very interesting nonetheless. All those years ago, gosh, this has been a while now, I was like, I could live in a little small town in California. LA, not my cup of tea for living. I mean, I'll visit, but they've been having a crime wave lately that's pretty on the wild side. Morning, Miss Cynthia. Stephanie, good morning to you. Happy hump day. Can't believe it's Wednesday already. Morning, Alice. Andrew's also with us. So yes, I think the children had to, given the condition of the roadways, and I've got people who are like their yards are flooded, houses are sustaining. Houses are sustaining some damage and stuff as well. One parent said to me this morning, she works for government, and she says, I don't care how the expletive they expect us to go into work. Oh, she said, I don't know how the expletive they expect us to go to work. My darn roof is leaking in several spots and the lake is overflowing. So I doubt my car will make it in. Sigh. Today is worse than yesterday. So again, were these not issues when you guys were kids? I figured Daniel's what, maybe 50? I don't know if Daniel's 50 yet. So, 40 years ago, did you guys not have these flooding issues? Did you not have roofs that leaked and all this kind of stuff? Was life better? I mean, we need to talk about this because I don't really know. But these are modern day. Yes, they're modern day problems, but these are real problems that people are faced with. Cayman Brack Daycare Center will be closed. So pretty much all schools are closed. I heard that Hope Academy finally made an announcement. And yeah. Let's see. The schools may be closed tomorrow as well, as public work crews would need to go in and ensure that they're all structurally sound and no damage, ceiling fans, ceilings falling in, etc., due to the quantity of rain that we've had. So maybe back in the day, you just didn't have these concerns because you barely had a ceiling. You had the zinc ceilings, and if it rained, you're like, oh well. Somebody said, morning, Sandra. The school canceled school again Tuesday at the last minute. I know a good number of students are probably soaked from waiting at the bus stop. They should have canceled school from last night. Of course, the storm wants to hold on to us. We got the cushion for the push. Lord Jesus. Oh, everybody's like, the storm loves us. So listen, we have a message from the deputy governor. So just give me 1 second. Let me grab that one for you. Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit surprised that they were sending out the messages after 6 o'clock this morning because even in my case, I was, Gigi was ready. She's putting on clothes and about to be pushed out the door when we got a message from her school also saying that, they were following government's lead on this and they would be closing as well. So I thought, she wanted to go to school. She's like, oh man, I got to stay home again today. And I said, trust me. It's all easy. I said, trust me, nobody wants you to go to school more than we do. Really and truly. We want you to go to school. Of course, she's like, hold on 1 second for me, folks. I need to grab this message. Marlene had to set up a new monitor for me. My poor monitor died. I kind of saw it coming, to be honest. And I said to him, I don't know. This monitor keeps flickering in a weird kind of way. So, to control the monitor when using your PC with the mouse connected to smart monitor. Okay. I don't know what any of that means. All right. Hold on. All right. So, so another day of school closures, folks. But yeah, I wish that they would have given a little bit more notice. But here's a message from the deputy governor this morning as well. Big shout out to Mr. Francis Manderson.
Good morning, civil servants. The safety and well-being of our staff is always our top priority. While we were expecting to see gradual improvement in weather conditions overnight and into this morning, that was not the case. As you know, weather is very unpredictable. In light of the continued adverse weather impacts, including heavy rain, wind, and continued flooding in certain areas and roadways, it is understood that some employees may not be able to safely report to their respective offices today. As such, any non-essential staff affected by flooding or school closures may work remotely today, Wednesday the 25th of September, with manager approval. All essential services will operate as normal, and essential employees should report to work as scheduled. Please continue to stay tuned to official government channels throughout the day for additional updates. As always, please stay safe and dry. God bless.
All right. So there you go. Mr. Manderson saying, hey, you got to do what you got to do. We understand if you have flooding roofs and flooding windows and, water coming all over the place. I feel sorry for you guys with all these leaks, man. Oh my gosh. Nothing worse than a leak, because sometimes where you think it's coming from, it's not even coming from. I need to reinforce my windows, actually. It's an ongoing issue. Thankfully, nothing this time, but I do know that the way that these windows were installed were problematic. And so one guy claims he has a solution for me on how to seal them, but I think it's the kind of thing where every couple of years you basically have to reseal them. Oh, y'all construction people. All I can do is shake my head. Gabby says, I was 8 years old when I experienced Ivan. We lost the roof to our house, and our house was under pool. 60 degrees at night and 85 degrees currently. Well, the good thing about that, oh, that's in LA. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, if those are Cayman weathers, we're good for the next CUC bill, honey child. Get a week discounted. YouTuber 345 says, I remember Catholic school flooding. We were walking around barefoot until our parents came and looking for earthworms the next day. Maybe. I mean, morning, Miss Michelle. Maybe the kids aren't quite as resilient as they used to be. I think that's probably true in more ways than one. My goodness, everything y'all want to blame on mental health these days. You know, I'm all for it up to a certain point, but I do think that we are creating, somebody sent me a post yesterday from the Women in Cayman group, and they're like, Sandy, what is wrong with these people? I said, well, they're tone deaf, culturally tone deaf. That's one thing, and they're so oblivious to it. But they also like to resort to, and they're not the only ones. I mean, I guess everybody's jumping on this bandwagon. Nobody wants anyone to tell them the truth, because the truth is so offensive these days that it impacts your mental health. It's a thing. It's a whole thing. The fact that we are raising children who are somehow less resilient than they used to be, I think speaks volumes. And you know, I'm in the middle here on this, because yes, telling everybody to suck it up when you know they need someone to talk to or they're having some issues, I totally get and understand why that isn't the exact narrative that we should be following. Like, yes, you want to listen to people, you want people to be able to express themselves. Like, everybody needs to have, you know, a good cry every once in a while. But I do think that we have honestly gotten to a different level with it, where everything is going to impact your mental health. Like, it's just crazy. Like, nobody is able to say, okay, you know, this is happening. I'm going to have a moment, but then I need to pick up the pieces and just keep going. It's quite shocking what people's expectations are. I'm going to actually share a video. I was watching this yesterday, and I thought that this was interesting. This woman's perspective is that mental health is a privilege. And so those of us who are incredibly fortunate, let me just see here if I can find this video. We don't have the same points of reality that other people do. So this was, let me just see where this video is. Hold on one second. Trying to find the source of it. So I thought, you know what? This is a very interesting perspective. And I get it as well. Let me see here. All right, let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. So everything comes down to perspective, of course. And I think this is, again, in the Western world, we're so hyper-focused on diagnosing everything, from ADHD to, you know, all sorts of things on the spectrum. And I think that that's great, because we have the tools now to better diagnose people, to help people who perhaps in the past would fall behind, and we didn't quite understand why they were lagging behind and why they were having issues. But I do also think, once again, that we're raising a generation of cuddling children. I was actually speaking to a psychiatrist about this. I'm trying to remember. This was a couple of years ago now, and there's a book that he recommended reading about this, about how we are in this very different headspace of raising people who are less resilient. Let me try and see if I can find. Let me see. Somebody says today looks worse than yesterday. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that message. Okay. All right. I'll find it in a second. I'm just trying to remember. All right. But have a look at this. Tell me what you guys think about this one.
fact that you can be depressed or traumatized, to me, that's a definition of privilege. Like in North Korea, you don't have word depression because how can you possibly depress in a socialist paradise? They don't give you the word depression to describe that. Now I came to America, I was writing that first book. My agent in New York was asking me, Yomi, you need to go to see a therapist. You're traumatized, you have PTSD. And I was like, what's a trauma? Right? And she's like, here are the thing Americans do, go talk to somebody. Humans are very resilient. There's so many people go through, even seeing their own mother getting executed and come out of very strong. So I think for me, it was not even a challenge. And in North Korea, that was a norm, seeing dead bodies, looking at a tree. Nobody told me that was abnormal. I just only learned here that that's abnormal.
Isn't that interesting? She says that depression is like the fact that you can even be depressed is a privilege that is afforded only certain people when you think about it. Because when you live in a country like hers, it's the word does not even exist in their vocabulary because you have to just get on with it. And I thought, wow, that is so interesting. Somebody says, is the book The Body Keeps the Score? No. It's hold on. All right, it's gonna come to me. Yeah. But no, it's really it's a good read. I haven't actually finished it. I need to pick it back up, but it'll come to me. I'll tell you guys what it is in a second. South Marjorie, any updates on the roads? Flooded. Stay home. Morning, Jim. Demara is joining us from NYC. Lavana's in the house. Jim says, okay, Sandy, what does a parent or parents do when they're made to come into work, but schools are closed and there's no house helper, nanny, grandparent, friend, etc., to remain home with the kids? Not all employers are sympathetic and business as usual. It could jeopardize their employment. It's a different time. No, I mean, listen, Jim, these are the realities of it. And I think, again, I was talking about this yesterday, the necessity for government to put a better system in place, right? And even when they put a system in place, I think we have to be realistic that there are some businesses who have to open and they're going to need their staff to be able to operate. It's tough out there. What can I tell you? On the real, this is just one of those things. I mean, there was a time when, I didn't have any kids, obviously. And I think that makes a world of difference because when you have children, your entire world is upended. You can't really fix your schedule like you want anymore. And I'm going to be honest with you, Jim, this is one of the reasons why I personally delayed having a child, because I'm like, oh gosh, I can't manage working for other people and don't have all of this figured out. If you can't afford a nanny, or helper, or whatever you want to call them, I wouldn't have had anyone either, right? Because a lot of us don't have family members who can jump in. Everybody's out there hustling, everybody's working, whatever. So these are things that you got to think about. And you got to think about what type of job you want as well, because some jobs are less flexible than others. And so that lack of flexibility means that, in order to keep your job, you're going to have to suck it up. Hopefully you guys are 2-parent households and maybe one parent has the flexibility. Maybe one parent works for government and they can work from home. I mean, you've got to find a way to make it juggle. And employers, for those of you who are listening, I mean, come on, give people a little bit of a break on days like this, because you know what the situation is. If you're in an office environment, be a little bit more understanding of the fact that, yes, the airport's open. People keep asking me if the airport's open. The airport is open. So yeah, be a little bit more understanding, really. Hold on one second. Let me try. I'm still trying to, my brain is still working overtime trying to find that conversation with the book. You know when you're trying to remember someone's name and it's like on the tip of your tongue? Ugh. It's like, okay, the name begins with oh, I just remembered. Oh my gosh. Let's just say I was totally off the mark there with the letters. Yes. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Oh, this person always sends me such interesting stuff. I love to listen to good podcasts as well. Big shout out to NPR. I love their content. All right, so this one, let me try to see. Okay. Okay. Let me try to see. Here it is. Yes. All right, hold on. This one is called, and it's something unique to Americans, right? I figure we're there. Hold on, let me pull up the book for you guys here. Definitely adding this to our book list. We need to kick off that book club. Days like this, we could be getting so much reading done, honey child. All right, here's the name of the book. Yeah, this is a good one. Add it to our book club list, please. Somebody remind me that we're going to be reading this one. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. There it is. The Coddling of the American Mind, How Good Intentions and Bad Ideas Are Setting Up a Generation for Failure. It's deep. Really, really deep. As a matter of fact, let me just check Amazon. See if they have it in ebook format, because I need that one. Coddling. Yeah, showed up right away, honey child. I'm trying to remember if I ordered it already. So I have buy with Audible credits. It says I have one Audible credit available if I want to do an audiobook. Kindle, it's $13.99. You can buy it in paperback. So this is what it says here, sort of in the summary, for those of you who might be interested in getting it. It says something is going wrong on many college campuses in the last few years. Rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide are rising. Speakers are shouted down. Students and professors say they're walking eggshells and afraid to speak honestly. How did this happen? First Amendment expert Greg Lukianoff, forgive me if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, and social psychologist Jonathan Haidt show how the new problems on campus have their origins in 3 terrible ideas that have become increasingly woven into American childhood and education. Here are the ideas. This is so interesting. What doesn't kill you makes you weaker. Always trust your feelings. And life is a battle between good people and evil people. These 3 great untruths are incompatible with basic psychological principles, as well as ancient wisdoms from many cultures. They interfere with healthy development. Anyone who embraces these untruths and the resulting culture of safetyism is less likely to become an autonomous adult able to navigate the bumpy road of life. So both authors investigate the many social trends that have intersected to produce these untruths. They situate the conflicts on campus in the context of America's rapidly rising political polarization, including a rise in hate crimes and off-campus provocation. They explore changes in childhood, including the rise of fearful parenting, the decline of unsupervised play, and the new world of social media that has engulfed teenagers in the last decade. So yeah, good book. Add it to your list, please. We got to read this one. And I think that there's a lot of untruths to it. Like it makes so much sense. You know, we have somehow watered ourselves down to be very, very non-resilient. So I do understand people like Daniel when he's like, you know, we used to run in the ring, you get a buck toe, you just sucked it up. for me, with most things in life, you got to find that balance, because there is a balance to be had. Now we're afraid of telling children stories that scare them, you know? And in a lot of cultures, I was reading this a couple years ago as well. There's one culture, I want to say it's Asian cultures maybe, but I'll have to double check. Don't hold me to that part of the story. But they were talking about the importance of stories that are passed on, like generational, the art of storytelling, and stories that are passed on from one generation to the next. And a lot of these childhood stories are like the evil witch, right, in the forest. And they have like an element of, oh my gosh, there is bad in the world and these things happen and you got to learn how to protect yourself. But the point of the article that I was reading is, in the telling of these folklore stories, there is a resilience that is built in the community, because children learn lessons through fear, So you tell them about the big bad wolf in the forest trying to give them cookies or whatever. Everybody that walks up that's like, okay, this person's, a stranger, someone that maybe you shouldn't trust, you're going to be like, oh, well, I don't want candy from you or cookie or whatever, because I don't know. So it was like, okay, you tell these folklore stories that on the surface seem very, very scary and inappropriate. But what they end up doing is they end up being ingrained in your children in the community, and it serves to teach them valuable lessons that they themselves hopefully don't have to learn from firsthand experience. And there is something to be said for that. Lala says older folks who are more resilient and show tough love to their children make an entire generation of people with trauma due to their tough love. And you see, this is where, Lala, I say that there has to be balance. Because on the one hand, I'm a person who does believe in tough love, but I think my definition of tough love probably is different than a lot of other people. So I don't believe in corporal punishment. I don't believe that you have to force your children to physically submit to you in any way, shape, or form, because I think that sets them up for trauma. That sets them up for not being able to trust people, right? And if you're not self-aware enough and intelligent enough, and I hate to use that word, but I'm talking about emotional intelligence, to have conversations with children to try to get them to understand your perspective without grabbing them up and beating them and pinching them and all that kind of stuff, I think the problem isn't the child. The problem is with you, the parent. And you got to figure out how to use different tools to communicate with your children. So I agree, Lala, maybe our definition is different of what tough love was. But also we can't go, the pendulum has swung, in my humble opinion, too far the opposite way. And this is the problem. Extremes in life are not good. You gotta find that sweet spot somewhere closer in the middle, right? And so I think that discipline, resilience, teaching children that there still are rules in place in life, it's not a free-for-all, helps them to navigate this world that they have to face. Sometimes they run up to you, oh, so-and-so doesn't like me, or, this person said something that hurt my feelings. I'm not going to jump up and go rush to that parent and be like, oh, you need to have a conversation with your child because your child said something that hurt my child's feelings. No, I'm going to tell my daughter, who cares? People are going to say stuff in this world that you're not going to like, that's going to hurt your feelings. And you know what you have to do? Just like the rest of us, I've just noticed my overhead light is on. Just like the rest of us, you've got to suck it up. And so what? And that's the kind of resilience. Like, I think we're going too far with a lot of the rhetoric, unfortunately. Give me one quick second here, folks. I just noticed why I'm having so much lighting around here today. Yeah, so I do think, to Lala's point, I'm not talking about a free-for-all and where you completely disregard your children. I think a lot of us grew up in very toxic environments where we didn't even have a voice. Like, nobody listened to us. Nobody cared what we thought or how we felt or what we had to say. And the solution to that isn't to swing it completely in the opposite direction. It's to find balance. So yes, it's to allow children to have a voice, to be involved in their communities and their schools, and to be able to know that your child can come up to you and tell you anything. There was something I was reading the other day about parents who are very, very strict about, because, children will tell lies all the time. They tell fibs. And parents who are overly strict with what their kids tell them, like, they're like, you're going to get punished for telling me a lie, might be doing more damage, because a lot of times their children will not tell them the truth, right? Because they're afraid to do so. So there are elements of how we communicate with our children where I think that we could make a lot of better decisions and open up the lines of communications. Hey, Chef Remy, how you doing? Chef Remy says, will the hurricane impact us? Well, it should be moving away. But, honey child, this is the storm that keeps giving. She believes in giving us a lot of rain. So we'll continue to have rain, I'm suspecting, over the next couple of days. We'll look at the official weather report here in a second. Dara, good morning. Joining us from Nicaragua, from Corn Island. Jerry says it's open, but here in the AC is not working. That's the airport? Oh, hold on. I saw some airport messages coming in. So Lana says, and it's our fault that we're less resilient. Well, I don't think it's your fault. I think that it's a conditioning situation, really. And, there are things that you got to be able to do to kind of suck it up. And we do see it all the time. So hold on one second. I'm being told that trouble. Oh. Okay. All right. Let me just see here. Oria is open this morning. However, early flights are delayed due to the system coming. Okay. Yeah. Listen, I would have guessed this. You're not going to, if you're trying to travel today, you're not going to do so without some delays and issues. So yes, the airport is open, but don't expect any miracles. It's going to rain. Okay, let me see here. This person says, in order to live. Oh, is this another book? Oh, we can check that one out too. All right. All right, so airport is open. Let me just send this out in the channel so that everybody can know. Airport is open, but expect delays due to the weather. Flights already delayed. Okay, good. All right, awesome. Yes. So, Lala, I think that we all can find a good spot. Oh, Lala, that's funny that you mentioned that same name, because I think that's the book that this person just mentioned as well. All right, let's look this one up. Hold on. So I'm going to add that one. I'm trying to decide if I want this an audio book or I actually want a if I want the Kindle version. I think I want the Kindle version. In order to live, a North Korean girl's journey to freedom. Oh, that's her. That's her in the video. Oh, yeah. I mean, isn't that video so incredibly powerful, though? This is what she says. She says, I'm most grateful for two things: that I was born in North Korea and that I escaped from North Korea. Listen, tough times make us resilient. And so this is, again, one of the lessons that, when it comes to coddling our children, we want to give them the best of everything that we ourselves didn't have. And a lot of times that is to their own detriment. Have you guys read The Millionaire Next Door? One of the key takeaways, I read The Millionaire Next Door over 20 years ago, worth reading more often for sure. One of the key takeaways that I thought was so interesting is first generation millionaires, self-made millionaires, are less likely to pass that on to their children because their expectations and the environment that they create for their children is so much different. So a lot of these people, and of course that book has a different time frame when the data looked at who these millionaires were, the habits of millionaires and so on. A lot of these people were in industries, industrial industries and stuff, and that's how they made their money. When it came to their children, they didn't want their children to become the same type of worker that they were. They wanted their children to become lawyers and doctors and all this kind of stuff. And one of the most interesting things about those career paths is that they take a very long time before you can become a doctor, on average, like 12 years. So you've got an extended period of education, lawyers, and then you come out with all this student debt and all this other stuff. So they actually do their children a disservice by pushing them into reputable professions when they themselves became millionaire, not based on being a lawyer or a doctor. And for other reasons as well, their children don't have the necessary discipline to be able to, really sort of like focus in on building that strength, that core strength that they need. Every roadblock in life for them is like ultimate failure. So it's a balance. I mean, as parents, think about it. We're trying to teach our children to be more resilient. The fact of the matter is, in this day and age, most of us are not doing that. We give our children every single thing that they want. They buck a toe. We're helicopter parents. We're running to kiss every little boo-boo. And sometimes you've got to just tell your kids, you know what, it's fine. It's going to be fine. The second that they're hungry, oh my God, they feel like they're going to starve to death. No, you're not. You can wait another hour, because there are actually real people starving in this world who go days and weeks without any real substance. And so you haven't had something in the past hour to eat, you're not going to die. Like that kind of toughness, and that doesn't mean that you don't love your kids or that you're not, you're just not into over cuddling them. So I think it's hard. It's a balance that has to be found. And those of us who grew up poor and who had a hard time in life, oftentimes we raise children who become the opposite of what we want, because we give them everything and we make life too easy. Make those kids get out there and work and volunteer and help in their communities. I think all of these things help to build experiences and build character. I remember as early as middle school, hustling for money. Like I would take chocolates to school and sell them. I was always the kid who was like, okay, let me see what I can bake and sell to people. I was volunteering, going to the old folks home, reading to them, because that was a privilege to be able to have those things available to me. Peer counseling in high school, helping other people who were less fortunate than me, because no matter how bad your situation is, there's always somebody further down the totem pole. Lana says she always said that if you think you're oppressed, then you're not really oppressed, because you still have the freedom to think. You see, again, we don't have those extreme experiences. Like obviously, what a North Korean girl would have experienced. So experience impacts your perceptions in life and your viewpoints in life. It's super interesting, but I'm going to put that on. I didn't actually know who she was, but thanks for telling me. I'm going to put that on my bucket list of books that we definitely will be adding to our book club. Blissful Powell says, listen, picking cottons in the field is a real thing, even in the rain and flood. Slavery didn't end, in my opinion. People have some consideration. Vicky says some of the employers go and pick up their nanny because they don't want to look after their kids. So sad. Wow. Well, Miss Stacy didn't come in yesterday, and at no point was I going to pick her up. I was like, chat, please. We'll have to do one day without. What a hot mess. What job could be that important? Only essential services should be out during any storm. Well, Iceman 345, the storm is past, but like we said yesterday, this is a really bad or big storm. Give me 1 second here. Somebody is saying that somebody's sending some complaint to us that I'm not aware of. All right. I can't, certain things I can't do while I'm doing the show, like listen to voice notes and stuff. Okay. All right. Yes. All right. Let me see here. Somebody said non-essential employees. Iceman says greed is a problem around here, and it's mostly the foreigners that have businesses here that value a dollar over people's safety. Okay. YouTuber says that happens on the job as well, Sandy. The managers and team leaders that I've worked for 25 to 30 years, although molded my work ethic and discipline, are now called bullies. Yeah, and like I said, YouTuber, I mean, I guess there is a fine line, right? I think in the workplace, people shouldn't be yelling at you. Like I've heard some horror stories and stuff. Like nobody is going to yell at me at work. No one is going to sexually harass me at work and be telling me that in order to get anywhere, I have to be sleeping with so-and-so. And, so those things are a form of bullying and other issues. And that type of behavior has gone on for far too long in the workplace. A lot of people have turned a blind eye. I don't know. It's just it's a thin line. I think we got to find more balance in these conversations, unfortunately. Jim says people are taking away the past and taking away history and getting rid of cultures. Aliano says it's simple. A weak society breeds weak people. An entitlement society fosters greed, and a misinformed society will learn nothing. Negrapula says if you show rough love, they put you in jail for being sturdy, shaking my head. And again, I think how we define tough love is maybe different. I think that ultimately we have to, we have to recognize that there are methods and things that we knew in the past that worked, and then there are things that didn't work, right? And so that is where, when we talk about data-driven decisions, we need to figure out what part of parenting and disciplining actually worked. I remember Al Ray a couple months ago, I was talking about the fact that, I believe in firm parenting, but there's an element of understanding that goes with it. So it's tough love, but it's not the toughest of love. I don't know if this makes any sense at all, if anybody's understanding what I'm saying, but I remember him laughing, like, what do you mean by that? He's kind of like, huh? And I said, yeah, you can be a parent that has disciplines, boundaries, rules in place, and you don't give in to those, you set those, and you really stick by them. But you can also be a parent that shows compassion and love and still tries to teach your kids resilience. And so people seem to think that those are opposite ideas. Like you can't be a parent that shows tough love and still be an understanding parent, a loving parent, a parent that your children can come to and literally feel like, okay, I can talk to you about anything, right? So the balance is, you don't make your children afraid of you. You make your children understand that they have to respect you because of who you are, the position that you hold. And you're older than them, you're more experienced than them. Hopefully that means that you're wiser than them. But at the same time, they have a voice, their voice matters. And the things that they say and think, you should show that you value those things as well. And there will be times when you will still override them regardless of that. Like they'll come to you and, I'm feeling this way, whatever. And because of your experience, you're going to say, I understand how you feel. And I'm going to tell you the same lessons that our parents told us, this too shall pass, right? Making people understand that whatever your current situation is in life, mental, you're in a spot right now, you've got to understand these things are only temporary. Life changes from one minute to the next. So this too shall pass. Don't get stuck in an emotion, right? Especially if it's a bad emotion, if it's depression, this too shall pass. Now, there are times, this is where the new found understanding comes in, right? There are times that you have to understand that this too shall pass isn't appropriate. If someone is suffering from clinical depression, they need to see a professional. They need to see a psychiatrist, right? That's the difference. So before, your parents didn't understand any of that stuff. They didn't understand the need for a mental wellness day. They didn't understand the need to speak to psychiatrists or psychologists and to get professionals to weigh in on what's going on with you. They were just like, suck it up. I don't care. This too shall pass. And that was the end of the conversation. So I'm like I said, I'm trying to find the balance in it all. And that, yes, there are times when I will say to my daughter, you know what? This too shall pass. And she's like, I don't understand. What does that mean? It means that in life is constant. Life is change. Things are changing all the time. So in this moment, you feel this way. You might feel like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. And I say to her, how many times have you not said, this is the best day ever? She says she does it all the time. Oh my gosh, Mom, this is like the best day ever. I said, you've said that before. So does that mean that today, now that you're saying it again, it's better than the last time you said it was the best day ever? The point is, you're going to have so many best days ever throughout your entire life. That's why you keep living life. That's why you remain resilient. Because the days that you're having a bad day, remember the times that you were like, oh my God, this is the best day ever. More of those days will come. You just got to stay in the race, honey child. All you have to do is be present and show up, and you're going to have other great days. And you're going to also have other bad days. But those bad days are not going to last. You will find a way to move past those. Strong Wilt says children are very delicate. Some of them don't even know their history. And I think, again, this is where, as parents, we need to seek to teach them our history or stories or culture from whence we have come. Because listen, trauma is embedded in your DNA. And it's no joke when scientists discovered that your mitochondrial DNA, which is like the smallest part of your DNA, is literally impacted and changed because of trauma. So what does that mean? That's huge, right? When you talk about for example, the slave history, and you understand that those people, as a people who went through generations upon generations of being subjected to violence, of having to engage in violence themselves just to eat, just to survive, just to not be sexually assaulted, and all of these other things. If something has changed your DNA, your mitochondrial DNA, you understand how that changes behavior. It changes how you react in situations. Everything has changed. And so that's where a deeper level, a deeper understanding, a deeper appreciation of people's experiences, I think, is really, really important. And it's also the reason why the avoidance of that type of trauma towards people is so critical. It breaks my heart. I don't even want to watch the news right now because of what's happening in the Middle East, because those poor children, if they survive this, if they're not killed, I mean, they had over 100 people killed in one day because, the Israeli bombs are now dropping all over Lebanon, and it's just absolutely ridiculous. But those children who go through those traumatic situations, their lives will be changed forever, and not in a superficial way. When your DNA is changed, that means that you then pass that on to multiple generations. And what sort of experience will it take to change these generational issues? Listen, only God knows, right? This is generational trauma at a very, very different level. A lot of us pass on our generational trauma because we don't know what else to do. So we grew up in very dysfunctional families. We've had, trauma within our own families, people very violent towards each other, lots of hate and dissent and all sorts of issues. And so from one generation to the next, we repeat those behaviors. But when you understand that it goes deeper than that the DNA of people has actually been changed because of trauma, because of, these huge events like slavery and stuff, it's made an imprint on who you are as a community. It really starts to make you look at life, I think, very, very differently. And you can understand why some cultures, by their very nature, are more violent than others. Now, Does it mean that we can't change? We're supposed to be extremely intelligent beings, right? So that's where we have to have more conversations. Jim says there's too many sensitive people who get offended by everything, especially when it comes to history. Topics are taught, statutes are placed as a reminder not to repeat those same mistakes. The US is the worst when it comes to cuddling the children. Yeah, and I mean, I see the change. I talked to you guys about the other day when I was in Tampa. My former high school, we were the Chamberlain Chiefs. So now it's changed. They're the Chamberlain. I can't even remember what they are now. Something else, apparently. And so, what did they change it to? Hold on. What are they now? There's something else. But again, because of the cultural awareness, like it's no longer nice to say that you're the Chiefs, right? So I forget what they've changed it to. I don't even know. Chamberlain something. I can't remember what they changed. Anyway, I was surprised. I was like, oh my God, they got rid of the Chiefs. And the barber shop next door, I was talking to the guy at the barber shop, and he was like, yeah, all this stuff, like nobody can call you a chief anymore. A chief in Indians, it's insulting. I was like, okay, APOC 447 says fathers not raising their children has also had an impact. And I say this as a father of 3. Let me give you a kaboom. Hold on a second. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. No, wrong one. Oh gosh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Absolutely. I can't take these absentee fathers. Back in the day, you were absentee because you had a reason to be. You were out at sea or something else, I guess. In this day and age, people just feel like it's the norm. And again, I'm not going to pick on my African-American culture, but let's be honest here, Caribbean, African-American culture, we a lot of times don't see the value of families, of 2-parent households. I mean, I think it's so interesting for me that women walk around oftentimes feeling like it's a badge of honor to talk about the fact that they're a single parent and that they have to do this journey alone. I'm like, child, I don't want to do this journey alone. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm like, are you kidding me? Some days you just need a break. Some days you got to tap out for reinforcement, And so these are the things, like it's crazy how, again, as a community, as a culture, we have accepted that it's perfectly, not only is it okay to be a single parent, and trust me, single parents, you'll survive, you'll be fine. But we almost say it in a way that it's a thing that you want to esteem for. And that's where I have a problem with it. Because I'm like, what? Nobody should be wanting to be a single parent. You need that other parent there. Young girls with fathers in their lives have a totally different experience. They're less likely to get involved in drugs. They're less likely to become become pregnant as teenagers. They're less likely to be promiscuous. There's like a whole list of things that you are helping your children, your young children with, your young girls in particular, with when you are a father that is involved in their lives, when you are there for them, you're part of the parenting team. So, all these seed donors, these men out there who just want to drop a little baby on you and then they're gone. It's one of the things that probably bothers me the most about our families here in this particular culture. Because I think that we have too many parents who have too many women in particular who resolve themselves to the fact that, yeah, I can't do any better. And I'm thinking you could have made a lot better choices, because most of the time you can see it coming a mile away. Listen, if he already has 5-6 children by 3 different women, he's not going to be a keeper. Okay. He's not going to be there for you and yours. And I don't care what kind of promises he's coming with about how he's going to be different and yada, yada, yada. The chances are slim to none that that's going to be the reality for you and your kids. So why do we make these decisions? Why are we picking up men of this caliber? It's just crazy. Damien, good morning, says exactly. Then they become soft and they need to be taught to think and not believe everything that they see and hear. Irvin says, my 10 and 11-year-old, when it came on summer break, I let them work for their little $25. Yes, make them hustle, honey child. Sophia says the storm is turning back. No, sir. Carol, yep, the BRAC is without power. I bet y'all thinking CUC this morning. Yes, the BRAC is without power. We posted that earlier. So again, follow the channel because then we post everything goes up on social media. So that was, what time was that? We posted that. That was after 7 this morning. So I don't know how long that situation, I'll try and get an update for you guys. Morning, Johan. Soka, where is she? Irvlin's looking for her. Imagine the nationalities that are conquerors and come from tyranny and dictatorship rule. Listen, it changes your entire way of being, no doubt. YouTuber says you have to share where you're coming from. My dad came from nothing and rose to the top. I was raised very, very privileged, but I know my dad's story and I don't take it for granted. Aren't you fortunate? Oh, fortunate to be raised privileged. In some ways, yes, and in some ways, no. Because, I mean, you know his stories. You might have heard his stories, YouTuber, but there's also something to be said for experiencing a bit of resilience yourself. Listen, people can tell you what it's like to have an empty belly, but if you've never had an empty belly, you know, what you can only put it and contextualize it for what you've actually experienced. Diana, good morning, says, in my opinion, social media is one of the causes of this sensitivity. Everything is online and everyone feels that they need to have a public opinion on everything and hate when others don't agree. I think there's a lot of truth to that as well. Social media does play a huge part in it. Also, a cause of mental health deterioration. People are trying to live somewhat unattainable lives, not thinking of the cost. And again, a lot of that is driven by what we see in social media, the unrealistic components of it, right? So I know people who have YouTube channels and they're like showing you one side of who they are. And then all of a sudden you see this like coming out video where it's like, oh, you know, the reality is we portrayed being a perfect couple on YouTube, but in fact we were, now we're separated, now we're divorced. And you're like, what? When did all that happen? How did you get divorced? We didn't even know that you guys were having problems. And so this is it. People will show you a certain side of their life and you're like, okay, they have a great life and whatever. You don't get to see everything. You need to be way more realistic than that. Nobody has it easy, I can tell you that. I was trying to actually find, there was this one couple that I used to follow, Nikki Perkins and her husband. They've since divorced. They had a really bad breakup. Her YouTube channel is simply Nikki. And then his name was Jamie Perkins. And so, they seem to have had it all. They seem to have had such a great family until they didn't. And again, this shows you, that you don't always know what's going on between people and in their real lives, but social media kind of sets you up. He did a whole thing last October about why he left Nikki, the story I never told, allegations of abuse, physical abuse and violence in that household. And looking at them, you would have never thought it. Once again, social media can be very, very, it can be very, what's the word I'm looking for? Deceptive. What you see isn't always what you're getting. That's why even as it relates to us and politicians, like I know the whole new thing and I get it, having shows and putting together a little clip to tell people what you think about something, that's fine. But when it's not coming from an authentic place, sometimes it's going to take people a minute to figure out that that's not even who you are, but it doesn't take long. Trust me, especially in a place like Cayman, it's not going to take long for people to go, the cracks are there. And so somebody who's currently doing this, they're not an elected official yet, but they want to be an elected official. Someone was saying to me the other day, well, are you aware that this person, used to deal drugs right there in Windsor Park and this and that? And I said, well, it wouldn't surprise me because other people have said, what you need to do is talk to so-and-so in that community And they'll tell you how this person is jumping up now, wanting to run for political office, but they were a drug dealer not so long ago. They were never caught. They were never convicted, but everybody knows, and I'm like, okay, well, wow, that's interesting. Because, you put a suit on someone, you put a little suit and a little necktie, and they want you to pretend like they've got solutions to solve our problems, and they themselves don't even have their lives together. We're not looking for perfection for elected people. Trust me, nobody's perfect. What we're looking for is real and authentic. And if you have to put on a facade, both physically and metaphorically, if you have to put on a facade about who you are and what you stand for, yeah, that's not authentic. That's not real. What a hot mess. First Lady, was it you that just had a birthday the other day? Happy birthday. YouTuber says single parenting is glorified by the feminists. Men are very essential. Well, I don't know if it's a feminist thing as much as it is, listen, I can imagine if you're a single mom and you're doing your best, you try to look for the positive in it. You're like, yeah, I can do this, and you better do it. Your kids, they're depending on you being able to do it. And so you want to just buy into all of the positive of it. Like, oh, there've been successful single moms out there and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, yeah, but there's also been a lot who haven't been because they didn't have the support, because they didn't have the additional income. I saw someone post like, oh, single moms are really struggling financially. How are you guys making it? And in that moment of reading that post, my heart kind of sunk because I'm like, this is real. It's hard to make it on two incomes, much less a single income when you have children. I'm like, yeah, boy, this just got real. Trust me. Jim says, definitely must have two parents working together as a team. When it's unhealthy, sick environment, it causes more pain, more scars, more mind chaos, and more problems. That's correct. I'm not talking about non-functional people here because, again, you're better off alone if that's going to be the case. Johan, good morning. Are you not interested in today's topic? I'm just saying. Lots of people living fake lives just on the media. Yep. Sandy says, Miss Lucille, good morning. This topic you're on, I would ask you, children in their home with their one parent is living in fear. I would ask you to post it on Foster Shopping Center in West Bay so parent can read it. So true. I was a single parent. I love my children more. I don't bully them because curse about there's no good father. That is the time I work harder to take care of them and don't even care if father exists. Only hens I see with their chicks, no rooster. Interesting. Auntie Sandy, please say allegedly. It's too easy to say something about someone from bad-minded people. So all they have said just now are merely allegations without proof. Okay, Johan. Generally speaking, assume that everything is allegedly on the program. Okay, rule number one, it's all allegedly until it's not. Until they actually get arrested and then convicted. What I also know is there are sources and people who, when they tell me something, I know it's not alleged. When you have police officers and former police officers saying, yeah, this is what this person was doing, they don't have any skin in being bad-minded towards that person. They're just like, this person throwing up videos, trying to get elected to public office when not too long ago they were out there selling drugs. Okay, then. So you can say allegedly, but there are sources that you go, this source has no skin in this game. Yes, there are other people who might have a reason to try to keep them down, and there are other people who just don't care. They're just speakers of the truth. And again, the truth has become so offensive these days that it's really, really crazy. Take it or leave it, honey child. I'm not a cuddler when it comes to adults. And this is one thing that some of you may have noticed, honey child. When it comes to, the discourse on this show and the things that we talk about, especially when people put themselves in the public arena to run for public office, I'm not here to soothe your feelings. If you're ready for this is the big leagues. When you've declared that you're going to run for political office, then you have to be ready. And you have to be ready for people to call your character into question. Yes, you do. and to the things that you say to call into question as well. Jim says he'll take, I want Johan's next batch of brownies, right? They said, how come they never arrested them whilst employed at the RCIPS? Well, they weren't an officer at that time. They're someone who's been retired. But again, there's a lot of people that even the police know. The police can tell you, this person we know has done this, this, and this, and this. We don't have enough to arrest them yet, because knowing it and being able to prove it in a court of law to that higher standard are two very different things. So that's why they haven't been arrested. They've gone, lucky for them. They've gone under the radar a bit. This person said, I briefly dated a woman from Lebanon who went through the civil war as a child. And while she has a beautiful heart and soul, she exhibited behaviors that could be traced back to her childhood trauma. Post office operations. Little Cayman post office is going to remain closed. Grand Cayman, the airport post office, general post office, and 7 Mile Beach post office, as well as the BRAC, will operate normal business hours. What's going on in Little Cayman? Interesting. All right, landfill is closed until closed today due to the weather. So no landfill today. Not that you should be taking out the trash in a day like this. All right, we'll give you guys advisories as we get them and also post them on social media as well. So someone sent me another, speaking of wannabe politicians, someone sent me a comment that one made about, we need to restart Cayman 27. I'm like, how many times are we going to beat that dead horse before we see that it's actually not going anywhere? First of all, government has CIG TV, okay? And that, folks, is as close as you're going to get to having a TV station again. You see, my thing is, when elected officials, or let me rephrase that correctly, when wannabe candidates, because they're not even a candidate yet, technically, when someone who is running for public office puts out a suggestion, and then they're not more concrete on why, the who, the why, the what, the where, those details, we as a community need to stop being fooled by convenient sound bites, because that's all this is. Let's go ahead and reboot Cayman 27. This is a great opportunity for young people. Okay, let's talk about it. It's a great opportunity for young people to do what exactly? The first question you need to ask yourself is, why did Cayman 27 shut down to begin with? You start with, here's a business that ultimately failed. Why did it fail? Because if you want to do a reboot of a business, right, you got to see why it didn't work the first time so you can make adjustments and learn your lessons to make it successful the second time around. Most businesses that have a reboot after failure, and this person should know this because they've claimed that they've had at least 6 or 7 businesses that have failed. If you have a reboot and you don't change anything substantial, your business is going to continue to be a failure. So give us the logic behind the business case, behind why restarting another Cayman 27 or whatever you're going to call it is such a great idea. Anybody? How are you going to make it profitable? Because businesses have got to be profitable in order for them to remain open, unless they're just an NPO. And, at some point, somebody's going to have to suck up the losses associated with the business. The truth about Cayman 27, it's so interesting because at the time that it shut down, we did a whole show on it. If you care to go back and listen to it, it has always been not profitable for a very long time. How it maintained and sustained for as long as it did was because it was affiliated with the TV and internet side of things, right? That floated Cayman 27. Cayman 27 on its own was not a profitable entity. When it was part of a much larger venture, that was different. But you see what happened? The second they split the business, internet and TV went off on its own. Somebody else acquired just the TV station. Then they understood this TV station isn't making any money. It's hard to make money. Times have changed. People have easier and cheaper access to advertising their businesses all over the internet. And so why are you going to go to traditional TV to be able to do that? News, the deployment of news and information is also easily accessible online. Who's going to wait until 6 o'clock in the evenings other than Granny, who might not have a phone? Even now, Granny got a phone. But who's going to wait until 6 p.m., 7 o'clock to get the day's news? Y'all want it as and when it's happening. Right? The world has changed since the days of Cayman 27. So someone said this, and this is interesting. Rumor has it that DART will be reigniting the TV station under their Compass Media umbrella. Well, what DART has said, and I'm confused, not DART, let me say this, Cayman Compass, which is owned by DART. What Cayman Compass has said that I don't know that I understand is that, and somebody sent me the screenshot, word of mouth, which is Mario, said that DART is launching a TV station in a few weeks. Hold on one second, let me show this comment. Because this isn't what I got from the announcement by Cayman 27. So I don't have the clarity that I need. But Mario seems to think that DART is launching a TV station in a few weeks. He will control all media, hotels, liquor stores, and the biggest landowner. By the way, he's not the biggest landowner, but okay. So I'm a little bit confused by that because my question is, I didn't understand them to say that they were launching a TV station at all. What they said is they were going to be launching a streaming service. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that looks like. No one on their side have explained it. I mean, obviously, they do like little videos and whatever now. So I have no clue what that even means. I'm as someone who is relatively tech savvy, I know what a streaming service is. Streaming services are things like Hulu, Netflix, I guess YouTube to some extent, you might say is a streaming service. So when they say that they're going to launch a streaming service, what does that mean? That they're going to have their own app that streams news content like throughout the day. So then you have to download the app. You see, to me, again, there's no evidence to support that that's going to be a successful model. Because when you look at things, for example, the Tower Marketing Report has very, very interesting information. You go and you look at what apps people use. Caymanians are not app-based people. Go look at Tower Marketing Report. Right? They've asked the questions about what applications you're using. The vast majority of people, I'm trying to see if I can find the 2024 one. Where's the 2024 report? The vast majority of people don't utilize apps outside of WhatsApp. So what does a streaming service look like for Cayman? I have no clue. I don't know what that means. They haven't explained it. They haven't explained how it's going to be delivered and whatever. I mean, I know they're trying to launch something, I think, ahead of the election so that you guys can kind of, start to follow them or whatever. But again, I'm not sure that I understand it. It is weird. It's bizarre because they haven't explained it. They haven't kind of like dropped a little nugget like, oh, okay, we're going to be doing a streaming service. What is that? How does that look? What does that look like? How does it work? None of us really know. I don't think it's going to be, and this is just my humble opinion, because again, I obviously don't work for the Compass. I don't think it's going to be what we think it's going to be, so it's not going to be Cayman 27. They're trying to make it perhaps a, let me see here. They're going to try to make it perhaps a newer version of what streaming is like and what, but you have to know your audience. And if you don't know your audience, I mean, you're going to be trying to give them something that they don't want, that they're not going to, I've got the report here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to open it. That they're not going to utilize, and then it's going to be a failing business model again. There is a disconnect a lot of times in this community between what works for people and what doesn't work. I don't know. Grandma said, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen, says Abby. Yeah, and this is it. This is it. And here's the thing about it. I refuse. We were talking about the cuddling of people. I refuse to cuddle people who are running for public office. You all want to run and manage this country, for lack of a better word, right? You need to come ready. I'm not going to hold your hand. Quite frankly, I don't care about your mental health. Once you put yourself out there, you got to be able to suck it up, Buttercup. You need to be ready. Put on your big girl panties, big boy panties, whatever you're wearing, and be ready to engage in some serious dialogue. And that includes your behavior in this community. So that is the one category of individuals. I am sorry, but if y'all looking for me to handhold these people's hands and whatever, it is not happening. Nope, nope, and nope. Under no circumstances. So sorry, but not sorry. Let me see here about the apps. Let me see if I can quickly find this section of the report. Data-driven decisions, Compass. Data-driven decisions. Let me see. Apps. Okay, here it is. In their summary on page 13 of this report, y'all need to get this report, where they look at internet access and usage, they have a conclusion here. It says that there's low utilization of local apps. With 67% not using local apps regularly, there's a significant opportunity for local app developers to increase awareness and adoption, possibly by highlighting unique benefits or improving user experience. But if 67% of the people are not using applications on a regular basis here in the Cayman Islands, why would you develop an app to stream your content? That's not where the people are at. Now, maybe because the Compass now has unlimited budget, maybe they're thinking that they can be the game changer in this. So they can develop an app and they can deploy an app that people are going to be like, wow, this is the next best thing since Sandy's Brownies. And they're going to be all over it. And yes, they're like, let's just get it. Maybe that's what they're thinking. That they'll be, an agitator, a game changer. Well, only time will tell. I mean, I have no way of knowing that. I don't exactly have a crystal ball, but let me just say that I am skeptical about how well, and this is a big if that is how they are intending to deploy a streaming service, I don't think it's going to happen. Diana says, also, will there be a subscription if it's streaming? I think that they have, I think that they've learned their lesson, that Cayman is not a subscription-based society, not at all. That was a hugely poor decision, whoever decided to put up the paywall for the Compass. And I'm surprised that they kept it in place as long as they did. Yep. But once again, if we look at the content, because you have to ask yourself a question, what sort of content are they going to be streaming? Exactly how is this streaming service going to work? Are we talking about news to be streamed once a day? Are they going to just be uploading all of their videos like in an app, right? That's different, again, than a TV. Like, listen, live TV, I mean, I hate to tell y'all, big companies, Fox, CNN, they're all on the decline. They're closing offices left, right, and center. So in terms of a business model, local TV and news TV stations just aren't cutting it anymore. But the bigger question becomes, what are they going to deliver in terms of content that is going to really bring you guys in? I'm just having a look at some of the stuff that they have put up. Even short content has so few views anymore. It looks like they finally axed, they did it very, very quietly. They finally axed Resma's show because, again, she was literally getting a couple hundred views. So nobody was watching it. They finally got rid of her. And they haven't made any announcements about that. But obviously, she hasn't done a show in a while. So that's dead. But what are you going to put on your streaming channel? Are you going to put more content like Rajma and her show or somebody else that we've never heard of? Because, again, the biggest thing with Cayman 27 right now is they don't have very much of a local presence. So they don't have any characters over there that we're like, oh, yeah, with the exception of like maybe Seaford. Andrel has left. Andrel Harris is no longer there. So, and the people that they're bringing in now are all foreign workers. They have a new court guy. He seems nice enough, but I don't know what kind of experience he has because he's reporting incorrect information that's happening in court. And I'm like, dude, do you not understand what this hearing was about? Been on island for 2 weeks and they have him covering court news. Not to say he might not have understood the court system in some other jurisdiction, but he's definitely missing the mark in Cayman. So are those the type of people that are going to be the face of Cayman 27? Because how engaged will you all be if that's the case? I mean, probably not. I'm struggling to think of who they have over there now that is a local face. I'm just thinking, who are they going to get? 3 weeks ago, they had an interview at Quincy. Maybe they'll use him. That might be a little bit detrimental. But so he looks like he helped them with a story or something. I don't know. Like they've struggled to remain relevant in the community. Okay, they did a special with Gilbert Nicoletta 5 weeks ago. All right. They do have what's her name with the big hair? Oh Lord, I just saw her the other day too. Vicky. So Vicky is there. Caymanian. Vicky's there. But she just does, I think she only does her kind of like she's like a column or something. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it's gonna look like. I guess we'll all have to wait and see. How interesting it's gonna be. They've done this Time Back project, which has been, I think, hugely successful. A lot of people have been very, very into it and very, very engaged. I think that's been great. And they're milking that and getting a lot of, good for them. They're getting a lot of exposure from that. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I don't know. Diana says news is free on social media. A lot of it is, not all, but a lot of it is. What elected MPs have been past drug dealers involved in legal activities? Well, I think that there's some who have convictions, so that's no secret, John. It's a matter of public record. I wasn't talking about those individuals. I'm actually talking about some of the newer people now who want to run. It seems to me that we've lowered the bar so incredibly low that anybody and everybody thinks that they are an ideal candidate for public office, regardless of having a track record, no track record at all, qualifications, no qualifications at all. It doesn't really matter. It's a free-for-all. The little man on the street peddling his bicycle is like, oh, yes, and nothing wrong with that. But I'm an ideal candidate for public office. And so, I'm looking at what they're saying, the solutions that they're bringing to the table, and not just these convenient, because there's another MP, current sitting MP, who does this. These convenient sound bites are simply not enough. Jim says we cannot compare Sandy's brownies to anything due to the fact the majority of your listeners have not experienced the taste. All right, we need to have a brownies party, clearly. And I need to make several different flavors for you all. Turn it up a little bit. I love to experiment. Damien says the news will be more controlled for mainstream, then certain YouTube and Facebook feeds will be blocked. You mean if the Compass has a streaming app? Strong Will says we don't need no TV show. We already have CMR. That's enough for us right now. No, well, listen, as you guys know, I've put this out there already. I'm putting it out in the universe that hopefully in a year's time, maybe even less, I'm going to have my own, from my lips to the action plan, the business plan, the deployment plan, then to God's ears. I will have my own radio station, and I would encourage anybody to get your own content together and do a show. There's so many interesting shows that we could have that I think all of you could get up and just do. Kasia says, and people aren't forgetting what they did to Woody. So little appetite from locals to even watch anything that they produce. And I think too, that the legacy of the Compass and what they have done to people is something that maybe they themselves have forgotten, but the rest of us haven't. Woody is but one example. There are other people like Miss Jewel Levy, who was there for donkey years. Miss Karen, what's Miss Karen's last name again? Oh Lord, Miss Karen Ryan. She was there for donkey years on the printing side. The way in which they have let their staff go has been shocking and not something that Caymanians appreciate. Trust me. And so, yeah, we hold a grudge. We still be like, look what y'all did to Woody. The second the last management team took it over. To be fair, it's new managers. Obviously Dart is new, but it was always rumored. People always believed in the rumor that Dart owned it anyway. I think that they didn't own it, but I think the fact that they financed it for Randy Marin was obviously a bit of a how much control do they have? You know what they say, the person who controls the purse controls the person. So that's kind of why people always had this rumor floating around that, they financed it for Jimmy Bergstrom as well. And, did he had to give them first right of refusal when he was selling it. Lots of interesting things for sure. Yes, Abby says, Jim, don't listen to Johan about her brownies being dry. He just gets salty at times. Listen, he's just trying to keep y'all away from the brownies. Ask Kevin Watler. He's had some. Ask where's what's his name on here today? A little gas station friend. He's had some too. Thank you, Jean. Yes, Wheaton's Way. And I think she's still doing that column as well. Dean Chalette says real estate, restaurants, and all of Dart properties are streaming app. Restaurants, and all of Dart's properties streaming app. So do they have a streaming app already? I don't know. Yeah, Abby says the bar is below. Damien talks about political mind control. John says if Kenneth is a convicted coke dealer, how was he ever allowed to run for office? Well, let me explain it to you in terms of how these things work, okay? In the Constitution, and it talks about the eligibility of who can run for public office, there are a number of different things. Some of those things are connected to your Caymanianism, your lineage. So you can't be a first-generation Caymanian, for example, and be able to run for public office. You need to have had like a grandparent that was a Caymanian and so forth. When it comes to a criminal record, if you were not convicted for a period in excess of 12 months, you can still run for public office. So that is why McKeeva Bush, who is now a convict himself, he was convicted. So to be clear, assault conviction or suspended sentence doesn't mean that it's not a conviction. And he can continue to run for public office because he was not sentenced to anything 12 months and over. There's a caveat to that, John. I'm going to tell you what the caveat is. Interesting, because what if you were convicted to manslaughter, but only got 2 months imprisonment, a 2-month sentence? you could still run for political office. The only exception to that, and the Constitution is very specific about it, is dishonesty offenses. A dishonesty offense was seen as such an important barrier to have to cross in order to run for political office that if you have a dishonesty conviction, whether or not you even serve time, so you could be convicted of a dishonesty offense and never spend a day in jail, you will forever, for your entire life, be barred from running for public office. And that is why there are a number of people, unfortunately, in our community who do have such convictions. I think of George, for example, George E. Banks. George can never run for elected office. And he never went to jail for what he did. He forged somebody's signature in some work permit documents. And those, he was convicted. And so he is now ineligible for life. I can't remember the conviction. It was some years ago when he first started up his maybe 2017. Yes, January 2017. Now, here's the interesting thing about this. We talk about media and how media has an important role to play in our communities, and certainly here is no exception. Media can impact not just what you know, but even how you think about certain things. And this is why our position has always been, listen, we're going to put it all out there for you, and you decide what you're going to take in, what you're going to say is gospel or not gospel, or we'll just give it to you. Sometimes we can only sell it to you as good as we've gotten it. So you say, hey, we don't know. This is what we're told. I'm going to give you an update, by the way, on a discussion we were having yesterday, right? So let me show you guys this. So back in 2017, you're welcome, John. He was convicted for forgery in this work permit situation, right? And unfortunately, Miss Marjorie, check your internet, because nobody else has complained about that. So it's probably an issue on your end. Otherwise, it'd be more widely spread, right? So take this story, for example. This was a court story. He was actually convicted. This is something that you guys, this is a matter of fact. I mean, the Compass always did a pretty good story, good job when Miss Jewel, not Miss Jewel, but Miss Carol was there covering the news, the court news. She was very, very detailed and very meticulous. Would it surprise you if I told you that story has disappeared from the internet? They don't even have that, to the best of my knowledge, in their archive. So when you click on that link, it says, oops, this page doesn't exist. You know why it doesn't exist? Because George lobbied them. I know for a fact, because he actually approached me as well, but he didn't seem to understand that my post was just a screenshot at the time, because January 2017, CMR did not exist. My post was simply a sharing of the Compass post, right? And so you can try your best to find this article. You're not going to be able to find it because they have scraped it from their website. Now, why would they do that? I've never known of the Compass, and this certainly begs the question, have there been other times when they've done it and we just didn't know? I've never known of the Compass to actually scrape a story from the web. Even if they get it wrong, a lot of times they will just say, okay, let us correct the story, let us issue a retraction or whatever. There's no mention of this. You can't find this story anymore anywhere on their website, because he approached them and made some case, no doubt, mental health again, that this was impacting his mental health, yada, yada, yada. And so the Compass made the decision to remove this from their website. And it was I wish I'd screenshot the actual article because now we don't have access to it anymore. Why would they do that? This is important. Because at the time, I don't know if Wendy would have covered it. I don't even think so. But at the time, this would have been the only recording of this in the public of what actually happened. And now that story has disappeared. So if you didn't know it from before, if I didn't publish it on social media, I would be sitting here going, did that actually happen? Did he actually get convicted? An alleged change of date resulted in 3 charges against George Roberto Ebanks, who appeared, that's only from the little thing, that's all I can see. It's gone. Completely gone. And it was more than a change of date because he actually signed somebody else's signature without them even knowing, and you can't do that. So, yeah. So, yeah, they scrubbed. And I'm pretty sure they would have done 2 stories. There was this one at the time, and then there was one when the end result came out where he was actually found guilty and all of that, and it's now gone from the internet. So there you go. John says, please let him get in the program as we all need a good laugh these days. Oh, Lord, no. No, YouTuber, I'm going to agree with you on there. No, sir. Melanie says scrub, not scrape. Thank you, Mel. Yes. So they have scrubbed it from the internet. They've removed it and removed all traces of it. Sometimes you can still find remnants of stuff on the internet. There's a site. Oh God, I'm trying to remember what it's called now, but that has like archive stuff. I'll have to find it. So if you really have good IT skills, sometimes you can still kind of dig up and find things, but yep, they took it down. Like the metadata might still exist somewhere. But this becomes a really important question. Why would they do that? Is it enough that someone comes to you and say, just remove it for me and that should be enough? Anne is asking about the banks. As far as I know, they are open. Somebody said, where is George these days? He's at home, locked away, I think, unfortunately. All right. So listen. Someone said Alric sued the elections and was able to run. He was adopted from Jamaica with no Caymanian ties, but he would have had to have been adopted by, who was he adopted by? Was it Caymanian parents? So maybe that's then where it comes in, is whether or not an adoption, if you're trying to call this show, you've called the wrong number. No, I mean, I'm on air, but. George Ebanks. Okay. They're trying to figure out which George I was talking about. So yeah, pretty wild. Yeah, I can't remember. I have to ask Alric because, to be honest, I don't understand. I don't know all the details, but I'm assuming an adoption. If you're adopted by Caymanian parents, then it becomes like they're still, that counts as multi-generational. So I don't know. I'll double check though, because I can't remember the details of his eligibility. Yes, banks should be open, Miss Anne. Okay, so yesterday, just by way of an update, Miss Marjorie says to scrub it from the internet is outright misleading to everyone. I mean, listen, it was a factual story. It's not like they got the story wrong or whatever. I mean, he even approached me about taking down my post. And I was like, no, I'm not going to take down my post. The post was 1,000% accurate. Why on earth would I take it down? So it is very bizarre that they did it. Like I said, I've never known of the Compass ever doing that in any other situation. So I don't know what he said to them. that made them do it, but there you have it. All right. So yesterday we were talking about that building there on across from the gas station on Walker's Road. And there was a little bit of confusion about who owned the land and all these sorts of things. So I'm happy to say that we've gotten clarification. So let me correct, because I know we were reading different messages. Some people are like, nope, it's owned by the Fosters. Nope, it's owned by Randy Marin family. Nope, it's owned by this one, that one. Okay. The parcel that's in question is not owned by Randy Marin. Here's the source, the background of how this worked. Remember, someone sent us a legal document, which I read, where basically Randy Marin's family company was suing this Bakar Limited because they said after this was a 2017 lawsuit, after Ivan, there's an insurance payout, and they should have gotten roughly 50% of the insurance payout. They eventually got their portion. That's why the lawsuit was filed. They eventually got their payout in the way of the parcel of land. So the property, which used to be one piece, was split. It was a strata. The old Eden Center was split so that Randy, the Marin family, has part of it. That's the part that's not the issue now. And the other part is owned by Bakar Limited, which is the Fosters and the White family. So David is part owner in that. That's a family business, right? So my understanding is obviously the family, we reached out to them yesterday. One thing I really appreciate with the Foster family is you reach out to them, right or wrong, they're going to update you and tell you what's going on. They're not trying to hide stuff from the public. So they said, yes, they have, they were looking at developing the property. And in the meantime, it has become an eyesore. They are aware that there are derelict vehicles there. As somebody said yesterday, Mango Tree Mechanics. But even worse than that is that there are people there who are actually living in some of those derelict vehicles. And that's now, presenting a problem because some of those people are in drugs and God knows what else. So they are taking proactive steps to actively resolve the situation, which includes cleaning up the property, fencing it in, putting up signage. You can't go in this property. This is private property. So let's give them a couple months to see how quickly they can, get that sorted out. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it because it really is a horrible sight from what I can understand. So thank you so much. I just wanted to give you guys an update on that. Strong Will says Kurt Tibbetts was born in Jamaica and he was one of our MPs. Well, it's not necessarily where you're born because he was born in Jamaica of Caymanian parents. And he was born in Jamaica back in those days for medical reasons. Otherwise, he might not have been here, him or his mom, for that matter. So it was a very high-risk pregnancy. And that's why she had to go. And this happened apparently a lot back in the day, why she had to go to Jamaica for alternative medical care. Having said that, he met the eligibility requirements. So people can be born overseas. Remember, there's a couple other people that would challenge on this. Nick DaCosta, I think, got a challenge about his residency requirements or whatever. And it came down to, as I recall, whether or not you had acquired citizenship in another country based on something that you had done yourself. So if you had applied for American citizenship, then you were ineligible to run. And I think, as I recall, what's the young man, the McTaggart fellow there, Kent McTaggart, I think he had this issue. Who else ran into the issue? So Nick wasn't eligible at the time. He had to relinquish his American citizenship, as I recall, and somebody else. So there were people who didn't meet the requirement because they themselves, you might have the right to be an American because you were born there. That does not preclude you necessarily from being able to run for public office. It is only if you then turn around and acquire the citizenship of another country, like you take steps yourself to be able to do that. If your parents took steps on your behalf, I think you can relinquish it and still be eligible to run for public office. So there's a few more people. I'm trying to remember who else fell into that category of basically they were ineligible because of that, because of their immigration, their citizenship, having another citizenship or whatever. Yeah. And, you know, I'll have to ask Wendy Ledger if she did the story and if she would have taken it down as well, because now I am a bit curious about that. Oh, someone was asking me to show my cup again. They saw me drinking from this cup this morning and they're like, ooh, where did you get that from? Coat of arms, beautiful on the next side. Flag, it's like a combination. And it holds a lot of water, so you can be drinking your allotment. I've actually got a spare one I can let you have. YouTuber says Shirley Rolston relinquished hers, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I think she did. Your parents have to be born in Cayman. Yep. And I think it even goes up to grandparents. Like it's a multi-generational thing as well. All right. So lots of drains that are blocked. Let me see. Some videos coming in. This flooding videos. Let me see what these are. Yeah, boy. Rainy weather today. So be careful out there, folks. Yeah, so the visibility, obviously, this person was traveling early in the morning. Visibility definitely reduced, so please take your time out in the roadways. This one, where is this? Oh, where is this? Flooding. Oh gosh, the poor workers. Ay, ay, ay. What a mess. Is he trying to increase the height of that box truck? Oh, wow. Let me show you guys this video. I don't know where this is. Let's find out. So Alric says he did not sue the elections office. So this is clarification. I did not sue the elections office. The supervisor of elections brought a claim to court. Chief Justice Smelly indicated that the case should not have been brought to court. My mother is from Jamaica and I was born in Jamaica. When she married a Caymanian, he adopted me. If the legislature wishes to change adoption laws, it can do so. So yeah, I figured that adoption, like once you're adopted by Caymanian, then you take on, because for all intents and purposes, you are their child. So you take on their heritage. And if they had multiple, if his father, then if his adopted father was a multi-generational Caymanian, by the way that adoption works, he acquires all of that as well. So then there's like no eligibility issues there. Richard Christian was another one. I think he was to run in Savannah, but his American citizenship, and he didn't want to give it up. He was on the UDP platform. So yeah, Richard has American citizenship and he refused to give it up. All right, CNB is opening today at 10 o'clock, folks. I'm told that they'll be opening at 10 a.m. A little bit later. So this person says Richard Christian was also stopped from running, but he was actually a born U.S. citizen with 2 Caymanian parents. They later determined it was an error to make him ineligible to run. They did? I thought it was because he didn't want to relinquish his. I thought because he didn't want to relinquish his citizenship. Okay. Yeah, sometimes you can't remember all of these lawsuits and all this kind of stuff. I know Mario also challenged his, and that's how we know what the perimeters are. And, listen, it's important sometimes to challenge these things legally. I mean, I always say A legal challenge is just to get clarification. So even in my appeal, one of the questions is like, I think this legally, but if that isn't the case, can we please get the court to clarify what the law should be? Like, what is it? And that's why they said we have some really important questions to answer here that they're going to consider. So sometimes it's not that you just want the courts to clarify what is it, right? Let me see here. So, yeah. All right. So banks look like they're opening. Well, CNB is opening at 10. The other banks will probably be following suit. So have a look at this one. This video is of the grocery guys working at the warehouse. And this is what they're having to contend with this morning. All right, so they're working in the rain, honey child. They're getting, they're going on about the business. I think that's the grocery distribution center, maybe. Trying to unload some eggs for y'all to complain about. If you know, you know. If you don't know, don't worry about it. All righty. KL. Did I get it right today? Those dreams they put down in Randike make shit worse, he says. Listen to me. The dreams are not the end all and be all. I keep telling you all. Everybody's like, more dreams, more dreams, more dreams. I'm like, do y'all not listen? I know that Mr. What's his name again? Mr. Edward from NRA said the dreams don't work like how you all think they do. They're not going to solve your low-lying problems. And when you get this kind of rain, honest to God, how big are those drains? And how quickly you think they can run off? Another help. Anthony says that Mark Golding, the Jamaican opposition leader, is in the same predicament with dual citizenship, and he won't give it up. But he's still an MP, right? So obviously they don't have the exact same requirements because here he would have to give it up to even become an MP. Simply C says it's ankle deep water. He'll be fine. If we had a hurricane pass and you need food, then what? Well, honey child, grab that chicken in the yard. Sophia says, then when they get sick, that's the next thing. Well, the good news is water by itself doesn't make you sick. Randike is swamp already, so that not gonna work, says Sophia. Magdalene, good morning. Says things still have to go on. If you're in the retail business, you have to do what you have to do. Bills, workers still have to be paid so that they can pay some of the rogue Caymanian landlords, just saying. Yes, indeed. And here's the thing. When we have sort of inclement weather like this, I can tell you that people are canceling appointments. People are not out there shopping as much and doing all this kind of stuff because honestly, if you can stay in, that still is the best advice for today. Let me take a peek outside. Still windy and still rainy. I might go to Foster's Countryside. I do want to I think I will make some brownies today. And Miss Stacy, I'm going to get her to make some of her chocolate chip banana thing. If we have ripe bananas. I don't know if we have bananas that are ripe enough. But we'll probably make some of that because that's like good warm weather. Oh, a nice brownie with some nice cold milk. Oh, yes, I'm all for it. I need some comfort food today. Ooh, I wonder if Miss Stacy could make some of that chicken soup. I could go for some chicken soup today now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, Miss Stacy got ingredients for chicken soup. Let's do it, girl. Lots of dumplings, please. My neck is still, it's a lot better, but especially in the mornings when I first wake up, I can still feel it, feeling a little bit. Yeah. So CNB's opening at 10, but not the main branch. Oh, really? Oh my God, Jim, I always make it with walnuts. And Gigi doesn't like, she's like, can you make it without the nuts? I'm like, it's so good with the nuts. Where are you at, Jim? I should bring you I should bring you some. Well, it's not a loophole in the law. Somebody says a loophole. That's how they wrote it. So, I mean, they should have considered all those things. All right, let me see now. Does the BRAC have power yet? So, folks, yes, somebody just sent KX3401 coming from Cayman BRAC. That is the big jet. Let me see here now. It's heading back. Let me, hold on. Let me see, what's it doing? I don't even know why. Listen, airport is open. But honestly, I can't tell you why Cayman Airways is going to even fly in this. They know they're just trying to help y'all feel like you're going to get somewhere today. You're not getting very far. Let me just pull this over here. Hold on one second. You are not going to get far today because this weather means that these planes, the pilots can't see nothing. What y'all want to happen? Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. So yeah, this plane not going nowhere, honey child. I look like that turning right back to Cayman BRAC. Hold on, let me show y'all. Real-time flight radar. It looks like it's doubling back, I think. Or is it headed to the BRAC to try to land? Johan, you better try and behave. Hello. Is it going back to the BRAC? Is it diverting to the BRAC, or it came from the BRAC? So the jet has gone to the BRAC. Okay. But the small planes are flying where? They can't land in this weather? Oh, they're not flying. Oh, so they're going to substitute the BRAC service with the big jet. Okay, I got you. Thank you very much. All right, you too, bye. Aunt Judy won't come back to Grand Cayman. No, you know. So she's like, y'all better send me that jet, honey chow. All right, so there you go. Even the jet, I'm surprised. There it is, moving along to Cayman BRAC. I'm surprised that even that is out there today. There she is in real time. KAY3401 headed to Cayman BRAC. All right. Let's see here. It's so fascinating how they have all this information on planes and stuff now, right? So crazy. Let me see here now. What flight is that? Oh, there we go. That's the Cayman Airways flight. Yep. So 9:58 a.m. is estimated time of arrival. It was scheduled for 9:53, so just a couple minutes late. Okay, honey chill. Good stuff. All right. Expect delays today. Don't worry, Jim. I got you. Sandy, are you planning to lose weight? Too much brown? Well, here's the good thing, Strong Wilt, is 99% of the time when I make these things, I don't actually eat them. I seldom eat, but I tell you what, I'm not gonna lie. Not the last time, but the time before that, oh God, they just smelled so good. And I remember giving Gigi the bowl because she loves to look at the bowl after I made them. And then she had a piece and I was like, you know what? I hardly ever eat these brownies. I gotta do a taste test. And so I had one. I was like, oh my God. Now I remember why I don't be taste testing shit, because get yourself in trouble. And they were so good. And like, I like them a little bit more on the fudgy side. So you got to take them out of the oven a little bit sooner. And so, yes, honey chow, that was perfect with, and I'm not even a milk person. Like, you hardly ever see me like say, oh, I feel like a glass of milk. I think I am a little bit lactose intolerant, although I love cheeses, but I'm not really a milk person. But that day I was like, whip out the cold milk, honey chow. And we do get, I think we a lot of times here we use, sometimes I'll buy the lactose milk, even for Gigi, or we'll do, what's the other milk that we normally get around here? Anyway, I whipped out the milk and I had me a piece of brownie. I ain't gonna lie. I can see why Johan's always harassing me for these brownies, because they're really good. Mm-hmm. Yes, honey child. I was like, oh my God, what the what? But I think I'll make some today. But normally I make them and I batch them up and I give them away. So yeah, I don't eat as many brownies as you would think. I might be eating other stuff, but it ain't brownies, honey child. Oh, you'll be happy to swing by for a sample of these streamers. All right, let me see what I can do. Not working presently may end up being a worthy story to share on your show. Just saying. Oh, Jim, we need to get you doing your own show on the radio. How long would that be on a jet plane? 10 minutes? Probably more like 15, 20 minutes, I think the jet takes. Because the little plane, the Cessna, is that what it is? What's the little prop plane called? That one's more like half an hour, 45 minutes or so. So yeah, the jet doesn't take long at all. Well, we can look at it. So it left at 9:15 and it was scheduled to get there at 9:53. So somebody do the math real quick for me. And of course, I think that's 38 minutes. I think that they always give a little bit more time because, it's got to land and unload stuff and whatever. So I don't know if that's like strict in air time, but that sounds about right. Probably about 30 minutes. Mr. Good Look, we were asking this question earlier. I didn't. So I was asking if everybody else got to look. He said, quick question. Did you get to listen to the minister's show the other day? I missed it and can't seem to find it. Are you a Georgetown Central constituent though? Because remember, the show is for his constituents. So if you're not, probably not for you anyway. But we can ask where, let me see. If we can find it, where would he have live streamed it? Because I think he did live stream it. That was last week. Who's doing his community page? Because his community page seems to be missing some content. So I don't know. I mean, he has a personal page and then he has a community page. Let me see. Kenneth's videos. All right. So I'll send you the link, Mr. Good Look. Yeah, so he streamed it as well. Not for nothing, but does what's his name not look like him? What's his name? Hunter. Hunter and Kenneth look a lot alike. Like they could be brothers. Don't y'all think so? That's that Cayman Rat Jeans, honey child. Yes, and of course we can see Hunter trying to follow in Kenneth's footsteps very, very closely. Not for nothing, but the similarities are there in terms of how he's even doing his videos, almost a carbon copy of what Kenneth did to get elected. Hold on, let me show y'all. Can I do a side by side? How can I stitch these together quickly? Oh, I have the perfect app for it. Hold on. 1 second, honey child. Oh, let me move this Kindle book to my buy with one click. Oh yes, I'm gonna buy that. I don't need a new iPad, Santa, Can somebody give Santa the memo? I need an iPad for Christmas. All right, let me see here now. I have an app that I use for photo stitching. I want y'all to tell me now. When I log in here, let me see. Tell me if this is not, if I'm crazy or what. Oh, new features. Wow, that's nice. Okay. I'll read that later on. Hold on. All this AI stuff, there's so much to learn. Oh my God. Okay, I just want to do a stitching. Where's the stitching option? Edit a photo. I just want to stitch. Y'all making my life complicated. What would you like to do? What would you like to create? Image, batch editor, collage maker. Is it collage maker? Simple collage. Not quite. Where the heck is just the regular stitching option? Lord, they're making it too complicated now. So photo editing with AI. I don't want to do any of that. That's too much. Blurring backgrounds. God, you can do so much now. Face swapping. Lord Jesus. Simple collage. Oh, photo stitching. Here we go. Oh, they made me look for it, honey. Chill. Create team headshots. What a mess. We're not into all that. All right. Photo stitching. So here we go. Import images. All right. Tell me now. We're going to do a side-by-side of the minister and what's his name? Hunter. Tell me if they don't look alike. Okay. There we go. And then we photo stitch this one. Little drag and drop situation. Okay. All right. Let's see. Export. Lookalikes. And they say everybody has at least one or two. What do they call them? Doppelganger or something? One or two lookalikes. I actually have somebody in Cayman that people used to confuse me to when I first came here. And you know, the funny thing is, her husband, at the time, my husband was a prison officer and her husband was a police officer. And they'd be like, so how's Gordon? I'm like, who the hell's Gordon? But normally when they would hear me speak, then they'd go, oh, sorry, I thought you were her. And I was like, who? And then over the years, I got to actually know who she is. She's got a daughter now, Christina, that's a lawyer at Maples. And one day, you know, Christina was in my junior achievement group when I was volunteering for junior achievement. And I remember Christina, I was telling this story, how people always mistake me for this woman or her sister. They walk up and start talking to me. And I'm like, who the heck are you? And Christina was like listening to the story and it dawned on her. She's like, oh my God, you're the person that everybody says looks like my mom. So much so that one day my dad walked into the Georgetown, because she worked at the post office. He walked into the 7 Mile Beach post office and said, oh, when did Sandy start working here? So my own father thought it was me. I said, really? Maybe you're the one who needed me answering some questions around here. What were you doing in Jamaica? Somebody looks that closely. I wonder if she's done a 23andMe test. I'd love to see if there is a family relation there. Thanks, Damien. Strong Will says, call Kenneth and ask him. All right, look. So you see? Y'all see the resemblance, or is it just me? Strong Will says Kenneth has better sense than Hunter. Let me not say a single word, honey child. Hi, Miss Donna. Oh, Miss Donna, Kenneth's mama says to set the record straight, they ain't family. Well, Miss Donna, listen now. They mightn't be like close relatives, but all Cayman Brackers, probably like the rest of us, are family and connected some kind of way, honey child. I would encourage both of them to do 23andMe, and I bet you they're probably third or fourth cousins, and people just don't know the connection. Gabby says, Lord have mercy. I hope he don't win, Hunter, because we don't need weed heads, etc. Take it over, Cayman. That gonna be the least of your worries if he gets in. Believe me, you might want him to smoke something. Anyway, Damien says most all generational Caymanians are related back to the Brack or Little Cayman. If they do their DNA and ancestry, they'd most likely see the lineage. Many genes are from Jamaica too. Spot Bay. Thank you, Shaka Zulu. And there's a project now, by the way, there is a project where people are finding their doppelganger and they're doing pictures with them. Hold on. I think I took a picture of this the other day. Well, listen, not only does he look like Kenneth a little bit, but he's definitely trying to emulate Kenneth's strategy. So I think that probably is why he looks even more like him, is he's trying to be Kenneth in some respects, I suppose. Hold on. Let me find this doppelganger project. Something I saw the other day. So yeah, this is a project where people are taking pictures of each other with their doppelganger. And I mean to tell you, listen, these people, oh, here it is. These people look like twins. They say that there's probably 3 or 4 versions of you already out there. People who look just like you that are not relatives. So check this out. Isn't this the most bizarre thing you've ever seen? So this is a Canadian photographer. He's doing this project, finding people that are physically similar. Look at the first 2. They could be twins. That's so crazy. There's been a lot of research, not a whole lot, but there's been a couple of research things around this. And they have found in one instance, one guy, he was almost the exact, him and the guy had the same profession. They lived in the same small town. Like he ended up moving back to town. It was just so weird how their lives paralleled each other. So not only did they look alike, but their lives were so similar. So when people walked up to him in this small town and started talking to him, he's like, why do you guys think I'm somebody else? They're like, oh my God, you're not? But look at this. Look at the women. The one down in the middle, yeah, they look alike, but these other women could legit be twins. Look at the 2, the one with the tattoo and then the one without. Wow. They look like twins. Same bald head, same kind of beard and mustache. So weird. So, yep, there's at least 3 other versions of y'all out there. Somebody who looks just like you somewhere else in the world. Gabby says, no, Sandy, it's just you. Kenneth looks better. Try and stop it. I'm not saying they're twins, but I'm saying they do look similar. El Ray says, yeah, probably family as Kenneth is a Walton and Waltons are from the Brack. It's possible. I think it's the goatee and blue suits, says Damien. Well, there's only one of me, says Aliano. I bet you not. I bet you got a doppelganger out there somewhere. Kenneth has Walton ties, so I'm sure there's some type of connection. Kenneth, go do 23andMe. Somebody tell Hunter to do it as well. El Ray says, yes, there are 8 billion people. They can't all be unique looking. I guess. Abby says, human genetics is so interesting. It's just like choosing 2 random numbers and they end up with the same. So there is a, I'll try and find the YouTube video and I'll share it with you guys. You should go watch it because it is very, very interesting. And there has been, like I said, let me see if I can find it. Some research around this. Hold on. I am going to, oh man, this Sean P. What is it? Sean P. Diddy Combs, whatever. Oh, that case is just next level, yo. We haven't gotten a chance to talk about it. I've been trying to get to it, but that dude, woo, he going to jail. And they're gonna have fun with him in jail too. I'm just saying he might be having more fun than them. Because he might be enjoying his jail time. Oh my God, how he has fallen. My God. Okay, let me see. All right, I'm gonna try and find the video for you guys because it's super interesting. Yeah, but it's all about people who look alike but they're not connected. They're not biologically related like that. Okay. Oh, no, that's not it. Okay, I'll find the video because it's very, very interesting. And the one that is the most interesting is the ones who not just look alike, but there's two men who are actually, I think, is this it? This one is a full documentary, finding the most identical strangers. And they have similar traits as well. Look at this. All right, look at this. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys this. So this is I don't think this is the one that I saw, but this is interesting. All right, hold on. Look at how their character traits are the same as well. It's like they're doing the same things and they're okay. Look at this. So look, they're different, but they're in the same industries, they're in the same businesses. Like, it's just so bizarre and so weird. The same mannerisms. So here's one guy. Look. They could be twins. Look. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Look at them. Just so weird. And they do DNA testing. They find out they're not related. Because some of them could be long lost twins, to be honest. You never know. And these two have similar haircuts. They play with their hair the exact same way. Like, it's just like, wow. So weird. I'll share this with you guys because this is an interesting, very, very interesting. Listen, look at how they fold their hands the same. Right? A little bit weird, I gotta tell you. All right, I'll give you guys a link to this one. I'll try to find the other one that I watched as well. I'm trying to think, is it this one? I don't think it's this one. All right, he might get Epstein under security guard. Listen, they have him on suicide watch because he's not used to that kind of jail life. He's used to mansions. Oh my gosh. Simple C says, I'm 1 in 8 billion. No one is as good looking as me. Hashtag sexy as hell. Lord have mercy. Kenneth is not a Walton, says Miss Donna. Grandpa Egbert is a Walton, though, says Gabby. Everybody trying to figure out Kenneth's connection. Listen, I would not be surprised if they are a family. Like I said, it might be 3 or 4 generations down, but who knows? Yeah, strong-willed. This weather's crazy. Miss Donna is swearing for it, though. She says, where you get this Walton idea from, Kenneth is not a Walton. Well, the Waltons are related to everybody else in Cayman Brat. But Miss Donna, wait a minute now. You're the Brat connection, right? Because Kenneth's father is actually a Macfield. So that means that Kenneth and I would be family. She says that Kenneth's father is not for Grandpa Egbert. Child, this is where now the Cayman mixed up stories come in. Miss Donna got it straight. She know how it must go. I think that every single Caymanian should take a 23andMe test just to figure out who your family members are. Because listen, even me, I'm going to show y'all some of mine now. Even to me, shock and surprisation. Hold on. Hold on. Let's look and see who I'm family to, because I had some surprises. Oh, yeah. I got my 2-factor verification code on, because y'all ain't logging into my 23andMe. Hold on. Let's look at my 2-factor. All right. 23andMe. What? Oh, hold on. Wrong place. I'm looking for it. I hear the rain outside starting up again. All right, let me put in my verification code. By the way, the new iPhone is out, honey child. Just saying. Santa, hook me up with an iPhone 16, please. Pro Max. Thank you. I need the camera and all the new fancy AI stuff. All right, so I'm going to share with y'all. Go get your 23andMe test. Super, super interesting. My DNA ancestry report. No, is that the one? No, DNA. Oh, this is where it tells you what you are. So, right, 80%, 80.6% sub-Saharan Africa. The other percentage apparently is European. Mess with y'all. And then they break it down and tell you where in Africa. So West Africa, Nigerian, 54.1%. Ghana, Liberian, and Sierra Leonean, 18%. And then some of the smaller groups out of Africa. European, yes, Northeastern Europe. We're not going to worry about that side of the family too much. That's the British side. Yep, that's the British cousins. Look at them over there. British, we've got English and Irish, right? All right, we got a little bit of Portuguese, just 0.7% Portuguese, Southern Europe, broadly European, Indigenous American. You see, I always thought that I had some Indigenous American in me. To see it's only 0.5%, I'm a little disappointed. I want some of that Indigenous American money. I want to become part of the, I don't know, tribe. What's it called? Seminole, somebody. Any tribe will do. And then, of course, my more recent ancestry, Jamaica. Right there, boys. St. Elizabeth Parish. That's where Grandpa's from. I found that so interesting. Black River, Baptist, Lacovia. I don't know exactly where. And, oh, does it say? Well, it says Jamaica has 14 administrative regions. So, yes. And it also put me in the Bay Islands. So Mexico and Central America, Belize. I don't know nothing about no Belize. Where in Belize we got people? Only God knows, honey child. And then it also has St. Elizabeth, Bay Islands, Honduras. Specifically, hold on. But you see how close we are geographically. So all of this would make sense, right? So somebody went from Jamaica, Honduras, Belize, Bay Islands, and then Cayman. And so you got relatives all over the place. So that surprised me because I've never heard anybody in the family talk about where we would have connection in the Bay Islands. And specifically, it gives you the 3 regions of Honduras, which is Cortez. So it says Bay Islands Department, Atlantida Department, and the Francisco Morazan. So somehow we got some kind of ancestry de soul related to the Bay Islands. So now you can go then, and that's your kind of broader stuff. Then you can go and actually look at your DNA relatives. Yeah, we have relatives in Cuba, but I don't know. I think they left from Cayman and went to Cuba. So I'm not sure that Cuba's showing up on my thing. But look at this now. Timothy, that's my cousin. And this thing is so accurate. First cousin. And that tells you the DNA, 22 segments on our DNA thing. And sure enough, Timothy Solomon is my first cousin. Anise Small, she's first cousin once removed. So it's once removed, because she's my cousin's cousin, right? This young lady, Tyra Powell, first cousin once removed. I have no clue. Does anybody know who Tyra is? She lives in the UK in Birmingham, England. So some cousin of mine, this has to be their daughter. So who is she? I have no clue. I think I messaged her. See, maternal grandmother's birthplace, Cayman. Maternal grandfather's birthplace, Cayman. So this is her family background. This is so crazy, right? Paternal grandfather's birthplace was Jamaica. Other ancestors' birthplace, Cayman, Jamaica, New Jersey. And family members, she's got Powell, Roach, Ebanks, Racket, Bodden, Adolphus, Martin, and Seymour. So it's telling me must add, like the more of this you add in, the better. And it's spot on because obviously I'm related to all the Rockets as well. Melanie James is a second cousin. Flavio Pinto, she lives overseas. It says she's a second cousin. No clue who these people are. Marianne McField, well, we know we're related to all the McFields. Chester Hurlston, third cousin. Kaya Evans, third cousin. She's pretty. Oh, where is she from? She's from Hawaii. Hey, cuz. Oh my gosh, I wonder how we're related. It says that you and Kaya may share a set of great-great-grandparents. You could also be from different generations, removed cousins, or share only one ancestor as in half cousins. Wow. This is so fascinating. I love looking at it. And can I tell y'all, where's Mary? Mary showed up on my ancestry thing. All right, I got stories to tell y'all about this. Stanley Walton is a third cousin. Rashana Hides from West Bay. So one of the things that I discovered, I'm going to increase this a little bit, is apparently, big shout out to my West Bay clan. I'm a Bay, y'all. Yeah, boy, take that. West Bay strong and representing. Where my West Bay peeps at? Hello. Hello, West Bayers. We're cousins. Apparently, I am related to everybody in West Bay. All the Ebankses, we all family. Thank you very much. You see why I couldn't marry Caymanian? Like, so you know, I would have been marrying my cousin from West Bay. Lord Jesus. So I don't quite know where the Hides, Rashana Hides, come in. This is Rolston's niece, right? So I said to Rolston, when my thing came up, I said to Rolston, somebody else showed up. I think one of his daughters showed up on my profile. And he's like, oh, you're probably related on my wife's side of the family, right? Because she's this, that, next thing. And I said, oh, okay, maybe. Then other people connected to him started doing it and showing up in my circle. So his niece, which is for his sister, Rashana, and I, it says are third cousins. That means that Ralston and I are cousins. So he just needs to do the test. So Ronnie Anglin, he's also related, I think, to Ralston. So I'm related to the Anglins as well. Like, what? What a bag of mix up. That's why I tell y'all, Caymanians all mix up. Who's this mod? Bodden Moore. Cindy Johnson. Maya, Priscilla. Brenton Rankin. Oh, yes, I'm related to Isaac Rankin as well, apparently. William Connolly, third cousin. Which William Connolly would that be? C.E. McLaughlin. Honey child. And then you can sort it by newest relatives, percentage related. So these are people who've done the test recently. Ashton Altman, fourth cousins. Who the heck is he? Okay. Where does he live? It doesn't say. Oh, interesting. You see? One pile of situations. It's a situationship. Miss Inez Ebanks Wright, third cousin. Don Seymour. What? Don Seymour is my cousin. Inheritance money, here we come. Woo, this is funny. You and Don may share a set of third great grandparents. What? Probably on his father's side, I would think. Because, family to the Seymours as well. Huh. Mess with that. Look at that. I got a billionaire that's a cousin. Georgette Welcome, Mark Davies, David Walker, Diana Moser Harris, Wendy Warren Whitaker, Natalie Watler, Raquel Williams, Israel Karanzana. Says we're third cousins, Israel. All right. So listen, do the test. It's easy. You can purchase them from Amazon, of course, because Amazon sells everything. Oh, Derek. Who's Derek Pascal? Anyway, you can purchase them and you just send your swab in. It'll give you all the directions and then it'll track it for you. It'll tell you, once it's reached a particular place, it's processing and they can give you so much information. It's next level what they come up with. So here's my two stories, right? About this that are super, super interesting. Number one, if you've been listening to the show for a minute, you know that I've talked about these tests before. And I wish we should do a island wild project where every single Caymanian gets linked into this so we can see how we're all connected. I think it'd be so fascinating. So I was talking about it on the show. And then one day last year, someone messaged me and said the following. Listen to this. Someone actually found their birth mother because they were listening to me and they decided to go and do the test themselves. Here, this was, I think it was last year, September. They messaged me and said, September 30th. They said, hey, Sandra. So, wait, before that, September 13th. So they say, Sandra, I forgot to tell you about 23andMe. I met a relative whose mom is possibly a sibling. I'm going to Jamaica to do DNA next week. So they were like, as a direct result of listening to you, I decided to do 23andMe. And I found someone basically who was her niece. And it said, this person's mother is likely your sibling. She's like, what? So she was adopted and came out. Listen, a lot of adoptions happen across jurisdictions and whatever, right? Anyway, she said, I was adopted and don't know who my biological people are. So my adopted dad is Caymanian and mother is from somewhere else. I don't necessarily want to give all their details because y'all might figure who they are. That's how I got the last name so-and-so, Caymanian last name. I was like, really? So then 2 weeks later, they said, hey, I went to Jamaica and I did the DNA test last Saturday. Results came back during this week and I found my biological mother. Wow, I'm so glad I listened to you on your show about doing 23andMe. I was like, what? You found your biological mother? The woman is alive and right there in Jamaica. Yes. And now they found all their siblings. They kind of got the story, her version of the story of what happened to them as a baby, how they ended up in the adoption system and foster care. Wild, wild story. So that's story number one. Apparently, Laura Eglishaw and I are fourth cousins. Big shout out, cuz. So here's the other thing. Y'all know Mary is my friend. Let me find her. Where is she on my thing? Let me find her. So Mary messages me one day. She had submitted, again, come always talk about it. I'm like, go get the DNA test. Go get it done. And it took her 3 times because I don't know, boy, she was having some bad luck with it. One she gave me and I put in New York and it disappeared. Then they sent her a free kit again and I don't know. So anyway, she eventually got it done. She messaged me. She's like, by the way, what is your, what's your name on 23andMe? I just have my initials SH. And I was like, oh yes, SH. She's like, guess what? We're family. I said, what? Third cousins. I could not believe it. I said, we're family. We've been friends for like 30 years. Never knew. So now, Again, because of the West Bay connection, I suspect it's on her mother's side. Second great grandparents, right, is what it says. It says you and Mary may share a set of great great grandparents. You may also come from different generations, which would be cousins removed. So, yeah, isn't that wild? You'll find people. Trust me. So go do it, honey chow. Shaka Zulu says, Auntie Sandy, that would mean that your family's a Big Mac. He's an Ebanks/Bush. Lord help us. So the biggest group that I'm family to, in terms of like my name and stuff, is definitely the Ebankses. And again, apparently that comes from my father's mother's side of the family. So her mother, although she went Georgetown, so we think of ourselves as Georgetowners, like 3 generations in now, but her mother was a West Bayer, apparently. Yeah. So when you sort, you can actually sort by like the name and stuff like that, family names. So when I go and I sort like 96 people on 23andMe, Ebankses are family to me. Then the Bodens, I don't know anything about any Bodden relatives. Then Smith, then Powell, then Williams, and none of these names, like, I'm like, who are these people? So the names that I most identify with is actually none of these at all, which is so weird. Right? So I would think, okay, like the Macfields, but nope, the Ebanks come first, Bodden, Smith, Powell. I'm like, what? So then you can sort it. Like if you put Ebankses and you have it sort, then it'll tell you, you can like filter it and stuff like that. But very, very interesting. Get it done. I would highly, highly recommend it. So if I look up all of the Ebankses, it shows all 95 of them. There's Renee Jackson. I wonder if this is Renee that works immigration. Oh no, she's in London. Oh, which Renee is that? Okay, honey Joe. We got Renee Jackson. See, Rashana's on the Ebanks side. Aaron Chapman, Miss Inez, all these people. Priscilla Eaton, all Ebanks, SG, Ronnie, Brianne, Mary. You see, and I'm pretty sure her mommy was the Ebanks. So this is where the Ebanks and Anglins now come in. Jessica Ebanks, yeah. So interesting. Who is this person? A Broadhurst. But you see, Broadhurst could be her married name. Nia Coney? Who is she? Is she from Cayman? Yeah, it says Cayman Islands. Huh, who is she? She's born a year after me. I don't know who she is. Third cousins. Wow. Wonder who she is. M. Buchanan. Christopher Ebanks, Tamika Wright, Lucy Lean. Who the hell is Lucy Lean? Amaya Ebanks, Denise R., Shireen Potts, and a lot of these people overseas. Amanda Miles Ricketts. Where is she? London, England. She's pretty. Huh. There you go, folks. All kind of relatives you'll be finding here. Charlene Raymond, Mitchell Bodden, Roy Bromfield, Joseph Williams, 4th cousin. Derry Bogus. Apparently, yes. Connections there again. I think I know Derry's dad, which is also showing up as a cousin. Because I think his mom has a West Bay connection or something. So listen, the bottom line is you just never know. Klein Glidden, look at that. Cousin Klein, 4th cousin. Josephine Hislop. Sonia, isn't she related to that lady who passed away the other day? Sonia. Sophia Whitaker. Yes, Donovan Cranston. Bridget Scott Fletcher. Go get the test done. It is so interesting and so worth it to know who your family to. All right. I'm gonna take up hi David. Who was it that recommended? El Ray says yes. Ancestry DNA has collected general genetic information from 18 million people. 23andMe has tested about 5 million. If you're interested in discovering living relatives around the world who also have taken their DNA test, keep in mind that your genetic connections are 3 times as likely to be. But tell me something, El Ray. I heard that you can take the results from 23andMe and kind of export them over to Ancestry DNA. Does anybody know how to do that? Or do I have to do the one just for them? I think there's an export option available. Uncle Mac is your family. Oh, Lord, please. Listen, I never said that my family was straight, you know. We got enough crooks in the family. Lots of dysfunctional people. So if he's another one, Jesus help us. Anything possible. Inspiring, thank you. Said the weatherman just gave an update on the hurricane. We'll go check that out. Well, Ina C. Scott's Wood and Wood, so we not family. Oh, hold on now. Let me see. Scott, some of the lesser ones it doesn't have. So only 3 Scotts, so probably not. Nope. Let me check the Woods. Them Bodden Towners, child. 6 Woods. Nope. Not really. So they're probably connected through although they show up under Woods, they're probably connected through the E-Bankses or something else. So yep, not very many people Woods or Scott. So there you go. They sell the DNA kits in Cayman for $120. Who has them here, Damien? Where can you get them from? WRC should use this as a way to verify lineage claims for PR. Well, not PR, but just for status. You have to prove through birth papers or something. I mean, a lot of times they make you do a DNA test. Has anyone seen the story that they're doing this in the Philippines? They're using DNA to find the lost baby daddies to claim child support. Really? Interesting. That's one way to make them pay up. Honey child, some of them might not even know. There are people out there who don't know who their daddy, not their daddy. Normally, you know your mama for your mama. But them daddies, child, they be hiding. So let me see what the Ancestry tests go for. I'm gonna order one. Ancestry DNA kit on sale. Let's see here. Amazon always got stuff on sale. So Ancestry DNA. And then they do a lot more too, like about your health and wellness and all sorts of stuff. Okay, Ancestry DNA, personalized genetic testing. And then they have one for $99 US. And then this one has more. Sometimes you got to read the fine print to see. Oh, this one has the traits. For $20 more. What kind of traits are we talking about? Bad-mindedness. They can be like, oh, you got the bad-mindedness trait, honey child. You'd be like, what? Listen, the stuff that they can tell you about yourself is also next level crazy. All right. So I'm going to share. I don't have any problem sharing this stuff with y'all. Y'all know I try to live as a open-ish book, open-ish. All right. Genetic health reports. So I've actually done the BRCA testing. That's looking for the breast cancer gene, because I do have a sister who got breast cancer very young. And my mother has also had breast cancer. So I've been tested for that. I don't have that. But it will show you, let me see now. Traits tutorial. There's an area. I don't use the web version. Normally I do it on my phone. So I'm trying to find some of this stuff on the website. Health data, lifestyle. It tells you quite a bit about your, hold on. Like it'll tell you all kind of interesting things. Like you can get these additional reports, like how likely you are to suffer from different things, like panic attacks or whatever. So complete your task. Okay, where do I find, hold on. Let me see if I can find it on the desktop. Lifestyle dashboard, wellness. Oh, where's the section that I'm looking for? You see, I know how to find it on my phone. Hold on, I'll read it off the phone because I can't really find it on this app. Wellness is under this section. But it tells you, you know, like how likely you are. Okay, here's some of the testing, some of the stuff that they've done. Wellness flush reaction. So how likely, this is alcohol flush reaction. So genetic factors help determine or explain why some people flush red in the face after drinking a small amount of alcohol, 1 drink or less, and people experience flushing. So Sandra, based on your genetics, you're unlikely to flush after drinking alcohol. So it just has all these different things. And then it tells you like how they come about it and stuff about drinking and smoking and yada, yada, yada. So here's another one, caffeine consumption. Likely to consume less. And I don't drink coffee at all. So it says that based on my genetics, you're likely to drink slightly less caffeine than average if you drink caffeine at all. And I don't. I mean, a lot of it was pretty spot on. Sleep, you're less likely to be a deep sleeper. This is true. So it says based on your genetics, you're not likely to be an especially deep sleeper. And then it tells you a bit about sleep and all that sort of stuff. Muscle composition. It says that Sandra, your genetic muscle composition is common in elite power athletes. You see, look at that. Supposed to be an Olympian. And then they tell you studies have found that almost all elite power athletes, including sprinters, throwers, and jumpers, have a specific genetic variant in a gene related to muscle composition. You have the same genetic variant as these elite athletes. So this goes to show you, honey child, it might be in the genes, but if you're not doing the hard work, you gotta be flumpy. Look, genetic weight. Predisposed to, Sandra, your genes predispose you to weigh about 6% less than average. Lie them tell upon me. You see? We want to believe that when you carry an extra weight, that it's all in the genes. This gene says I'm supposed to be on the slim side, honey child. There's a skinny bitch inside here somewhere. We got to just let her out. What a hot mess. Y'all see it, right? Yes, sir. Lactose intolerant. It says I'm likely intolerant, which I suspect. I've actually never done a lactose test, but this I believe. Because even sometimes when I have my IBS and my stomach issues, and I kind of look at my diet, eating like I said, I don't ever desire milk really. But like cheeses and stuff like that. Yeah. I totally believe it. But they do a whole thing on your earlobe type. Like it's just so fascinating. It really they've done some super fascinating stuff with this. Hold on. The one thing that it got wrong that I thought was interesting is it says that I'm not likely to have a widow's peak. And I actually did have a very prominent widow's peak for a long, long time. Just now that I'm losing my hair. I don't have the widow's peak anymore. Physical features. Okay, where's the physical features on here? Physical. You see, the app and the website are a little bit different. So in the app, they do a whole section on physical features. And let me see if I can find it. Physical features. That's what it's called in the app. Where is it on the website? Anyway, on the app, it has a whole section with physical features. So it does stuff like your likelihood of having dimples. Let me see if I can show y'all. Hold on. Chin clef thingamajig. Let me see if I can find. Oh Lord, how do I share the phone again? Y'all be taxing my brain with the technology. Hold on. It's called. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh my goodness, what is this? I can't remember the name of it again. Every time Windows updates, why can't I find my apps? All right, hold on. Let me see. Recent apps. No. It's called search settings. Apps. Hold on. Let me just go here. Installed apps. Yes. I can't, for the world of me, I always forget what this app is called. Here it is. Let's open this. Oh, no. Okay, hold on one second. Yeah, so let's open this. Run as administrator. Gabby's having a good laugh. All right, so let me see here now. No devices connected. Oh, you have to be on the same network. So let me switch over. Yeah, that should be the same Wi-Fi. Let me see, honey child. And then I go here, and I do here, and I do here, and I go here. Here we go. Okay. And then it should give me a number. Enter the screen. Oh, yes. 39. Oh, here. And here. Okay. All right. Let me show you my phone. Okay. Nobody messages me in the meantime, please. Because y'all be like, oh, well, right now I got something to tell you. I'm like, don't tell me right now. Sure. All right. Hold on. 23andMe. Okay. So we're going to do share screen, face not recognized. Hold on, honey child. All right. So let me close out all these windows that I got over here. How did my email get over here? Wrong window. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. So here we go. Okay. Why is it so big? I've installed it's a new monitor and it looks really, really big on my thing. I need to make some adjustments to that. All right, hold on. Okay. What the heck? Oh, here we go. Entire window. All right, let's share this window. All right. Open up my phone again. Okay. So this, I don't know why my window's so big all of a sudden. Hold on. Let me check my display settings. Like I said, a new monitor, and I think the display settings are a little bit off still. This is monitor number 3. Display settings, extend desktop. So display resolution, let's reduce it a little bit. So it's now at 2560 by 1080. Let's do 1920. No. Revert. Oh, I think we have to reduce the size, maybe? Scale it down? Okay, hold on. I think that did it. Looks smaller now, right? Okay, hold on. All right. I think I got it. There we go. That's better. All right. So you see where it says like cleft chin, 95% that you do not have a cleft chin. So it does all of this as well. Dimples, 61% that you don't have any dimples. No cleft chin. So this stuff is actually pretty accurate. Earlobe type, earwax type, which is kind of weird. Eye color, 91% chance of dark brown eyes, which is true. There's no such thing as black eyes, although we look at people and think they have black eyes. It's like dark brown. My daughter has lighter brown, so she has light brown. Finger length ratio. So it says that 59% chance that your ring finger is longer than your index finger, which is true when I look at my fingers. Freckles, 70% chance you have few, if any, freckles. That's true. Photo bleaching, hair texture, light or dark hair. Somebody was calling me newborn hair, red hair, skin pigmentation, stretch marks, toe length ratio, unibrow, widow's peak. So this is the one thing that I got wrong. It said 81% chance you do not have a widow's peak. And I actually had a widow's peak, and it was very, very prominent. I had one little piece left the other day. I had to pluck it because people were literally coming up and slapping me about you. Oh, you got a mosquito on your forehead. I was like, what the hell? That's what's left of my widow's peak. That's not a mosquito. So the phone app has things arranged a little bit different, but just go and get your test done. Go do DNA testing. I'm going to do the other one as well. Thanks, El Ray, for suggesting it. Thanks, Shaka Zulu. Yep, I can definitely check that out. I believe it was purchased back in 2020 for what was purchased? I'm trying to see what. Oh, Blackstone purchased Ancestry.com. So those billionaires have many people's DNA and historical records. Raining hard in West Bay again. Oh, man. I wanted to go and see about my glasses. I got to update my glasses soon. So I was going to go and see. They're supposed to get some new frames in. I'm trying to catch a sale that's been going on, but all this rain is slowing me down. And I need some uniforms adjusted for Gigi, so I need to go to the store. Oh, look, my husband's asking me an IT question for a change. Not really a question. He's just like, what brand is that item again? Hold on. Let me look it up, honey chill. Let me see here if I can send this to him. Anybody has the iPhone 16 yet? Can I tell y'all? I was trying to find one. I was in Miami this weekend. They're like, oh, honey, child, no. I went into a little store and they're like, forget it, lady. You ain't getting them and that phone anytime soon. Come back. We're sold out already. I was like, sold out? What? Oh, Lord, what's going on? Accidents, corner of jump link and dog chained in fence and short leash. Aww. Out in this rain, poor little tweetums. I'm gonna put y'all to the animal police right now. Oh, he looks like he's mixed with like a Malinois or German Shepherd or something. You know, they even have the DNA kits for your dogs too. I think that's a waste of money. I don't really care what zoos. I mean, the people who are buying from said, "Oh, he's a Shih Tzu poodle." I can see the Shih Tzu in him. He doesn't have as much poodle as Coco did, but you know, I'm like, I don't care. All dogs are kind of mutts, really, and you just love them the same. Let me send this to the animal control people. Oh, Lord, y'all need to do better with your dogs and cats and stuff. All right, reporting it. Somebody said, well, Sandy, Katina Englund would be your cousin too. I guess as Ronnie Englund, they're brothers and sisters. Oh, shit. What? Blood clot. Well, Lord Jesus, we're going to pray about this one. Oh, that's her brother? Oh, God. I will say nothing more. Your daddy was Scooby-Doo, says Damien. You might as well get a Samsung because the new iPhone is like a Listen, like a Samsung, my backside? Hell no. Oh, Lord. I don't know what kind of emoji to put. I think I got to do the hold my head emoji on this one. Hold on. Ay. What you say, Katina's my long lost cousin. Lord Jesus, help me. What a mess. No, I better do the Jesus taking a little. Like, oh my God, what did you just say? Oh my God. Let me show you all my responses to that. I can't help myself some days. Oh God, God knows. Look at this. This is so funny. Hold on. Let me show you all they have these little what do they call them? They're I don't know, the little faces and whatever, but I have so many of them. They're so hilarious. So they in WhatsApp. So Damien, it says that's incorrect information. Fear mongering. Look, this is me. The little head on that, when you put your finger on your forehead, like, oh, really? And then the one with Jesus born, boy, I can't take much more of this madness. Woo! Yes, sir. There you have it. That's me going, oh, Lord Jesus, take the wheel. Who else is family? Somebody, Garrett says, this is a 3-hour show again. Well, actually, it's already gone over 3 hours, honey child. I need to wrap this up. I need to go do some work. When you're having fun, you be forgetting what time it is, Gareth. Am I right or am I right? Oh my gosh. Yes, sir. Oh, good. Good. My little animal control people are on it. Yeah. Go and rescue that poor dog. All right. Let me just see if there's any other announcements that are pressing before we go ahead. And Gareth is reminding us to end the show. Them D&D kits be letting out too many secrets. Some of us would rather not know. Leave well enough alone. This person says, well, Sandra, you be getting a new iPhone every year. Actually, you know what? I had the 12 for a minute. And then I jumped from the 12 to the 15. So no, and I got to confess. I have a confession to make. Y'all ready for confession time? Honey child. I'm such a gadget person. I'm gonna own up to it. That yes, I was one of those people that the second the iPhone dropped, I was in Miami that weekend paying a mortgage payment for an iPhone. I don't do it anymore, honey child. However, having said that, here comes my valid excuse. My reasoning is because I now use it for work. It's a working expense. I can justify it now. Wink, wink. You understand? No, but it's true because I use my phones for recording interviews and all kind of stuff. So the short of it is that iPhone 15 will soon be up for sale, honey child. Pro Max, link me up. And then I'll upgrade to this. But no, I'm going to look at it first because I know there's a whole bunch of new AI stuff, which I might not even use. But I'm going to check to see what camera improvements, because if Apple just did a little smidgen of improvements, they're not going to make a difference to me. So I probably won't upgrade until like maybe the 17 or whatever. Brownies and chocolate milk. Oh, no, I can't do chocolate milk. That's too much with brownies. All right. So CNB says their customer service center will be open from 10 a.m. until 3, with the exception of Elgin Avenue, which will remain closed. More updates to follow as we continue to monitor. So, all right. Thank you, CNB. Honey child. I'll post this up for y'all. Very good. Let me just go over to this next screen. CNB, y'all need to start advertising with me. I'm giving y'all some free, giving out free information for free. I need to talk to them about their advertising budget. So FYI, CNB has reduced hours today, and Elgin Ave remains closed. All right, take note if you still one of the people that must go to the bank today. Belize, you must be family to Matthew. Listen here now. Now, listen. I'm gonna box you down for that kind of talking, you know. God, I hope not. Oh, this person said better be on the brownie list. Please don't let me be family to Matthew. Please, good Lord, please, please, please. I beg you. I know we probably got child molesters in my family too, but I don't want to know any alleged ones that are so prolific. Ashanti, who is this failing to surrender to custody? Who the hell is she? Just the court list. Somebody just sent me. Who's getting sentenced today? Barbara Farrell Biden, failure to comply with an enforcement notice. Scott Butler, conspiracy to supply ganja, possession of firearms, threats to kill. What else? Catalina Hernandez, a bunch of drug-related stuff, controlled substances. Scott Garrett Butler, again? More mess. I don't think I'm going anywhere today. I'm going to go make some brownies. West Bay Gardens flooded out. Let me see now. Let's see how bad it is. Taking forever to download, honey. Chill. Even super fast internet. Still slow. Slow as molasses. All right, so don't come. All right, let me see. What is up with the internet? Why is it moving so slow? Marlon, say you got too many windows open. Good morning. Do Ancestry to a bigger database or bring your 23andMe data? Yeah. How do I bring the data over? Oh my God. What the hell? This is West Bay? Rasclot. Hold on, honey, chillin'. Whoa. This is crazy. Cars are almost completely submerged. Whoa, hold on. Look ya. Look at ya. Oh my God, look at this. Look at that. The water's up to the doors. Oh my God, those cars are gonna be a write-off. Damn. But then straight ahead, isn't that like behind it is, you can see the road? So why is that one area flooding? Oh, this is fake. What? Melanie, this is fake? Oh, Jesus Christ. I was going to say this don't make no sense. Because I'm wondering, because why would the water stop like right there? How do y'all make these fake videos? Is that oh, it's AI? Lord Jesus. Let me post it, it's fake. You see, this way you can't trust Ish anymore. I'm thinking, I know we've been getting some rain, but it not been that bad. That's like Ivan bad. Man, this AI shit is scary. I'm sorry. Next thing you know, they have me. Did y'all see the video, by the way, of me on Instagram dancing to some song or something? They put my head on somebody. I was like, Lord, y'all can't believe everything now. Don't fall for it. I did kind of think it was a little bit unusual when I'm looking at it. I'm like, well, why does the road, like it stops right there? That is Uber. And then it was so dry. Like, I'm like, it wouldn't be that dry. All right. Fake video alert, folks. CGI, says Gareth, not AI. I don't know, but I was looking at that going, what the hell? All right. Let me warn y'all, because it done forwarded many times. You know what they say, fake stuff will make it around the world about 50 times before the truth gets out. Lord Jesus, this stuff is scary. Auntie Sandy, are you wasting your time and our time talking about Hunter's stupid posts? Please stop wasting time. Everybody with sense knows why we don't have Cayman 27. Oh God, here's another video, forwarded many times. Is this another fake one? Oh, this is about iPhone settings. All right. Okay. What's this one now? Caribbean Beauty. Oh, let me tell y'all something. Y'all get a little exclusive here. So one of the news agencies, What do you mean? Was just getting up when Compass video called me. The Compass? How the heck are they video calling me? Don't think she really wanted this old naked body. That would go viral on CMR. How did they call you? Be careful now that you're about to get scammed. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the person, somebody sent a picture, says, do not share. This is West Bay Gardens. We are good. Highland, no floods, even in Ivan. All right. West Bay is good. West Bay Gardens is good. Where is West Bay Gardens? I don't even know where the hell that is. Just posted about a dog that's tied outside in the rain. These heartless people. Someone shared this in our group chat, but it's all the information that we have. Good morning, Auntie. Have you seen this? Okay, so this is in somebody's house. Oh, yeah, this one looks real, honey chill. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't doubt it. Water coming in y'all house for real. All right, hold on. Yep, that's real. Oh, my gosh, look at the water in these people's homes. Oh, my God. Yeah, we got some flooding in my neighborhood, too. Some neighbors, the poor dogs have to go out back, and they're, like, in water. So it's horrible. Our yard is pretty good. There's water in the road. No, listen, it had me for a split second, but then I was looking at it, questioning it. So it didn't fully have me because I was so like, yeah. All right, look at this. Look at this one. All right. Going in here, Coco, look. Yeah, you can't come in here yet because there's too much water in here. Water. Water in the house, so you got. Can you fit that Cayman accent? Listen, too much water in ya. Hold on. Tell AI to take that Cayman accent. Going in here, Coco, look. Too much water in the house. You can't come in here yet because there's too much water in here. See? Water. Plenty of water in the house, so you're gonna have to wait. Boy, this is like ankle deep here. You see me for this? Too much water. I hear the birds. So guess what? You're gonna have to wait a little longer. Out here, the kitchen not too bad, but inside the kitchen got water too. So can't do nothing there either. The yard not really going in, but the house stuff. Yeah, the house is full of water. So where is it coming in though? If it's not in the yard, where is it coming in? Aliona said, that lady AI do a Cayman accent and moving off the planet. Listen, that'll be the last accent. That and the people from Bay Islands that sound like us, that'll be the last accent that AI will be able to AI will be able to figure out. I love a Cayman accent though. Need to put it up on blocks, says Jim. Anisha says it's very bad in swamp. Swamp is flooded. We cannot cross it. We're about to get washed away. Be careful. Prospect Marina Drive, getting there. Ay. Let's watch it again. All right. Going in here, Coco, look. Too much water in the house. You can't come in here yet because there's too much water in here. See? Water. Plenty of water in the house, so you're gonna have to wait. Boy, this is like ankle deep here. You see me for this? Too much water. So guess what? You're gonna have to wait a little longer. Out here, the kitchen not too bad, but inside the kitchen got water too. So can't do nothing there either. The yard not really going in, but the house stuff. Yeah, the house is full of water. Sorry. I'm still trying to figure out though where the water is coming from in the house. If it's not coming underneath the door, it's coming from somewhere else, not in the yard. Oh, Sandra said it could be a cistern. Really? It's weird. Well, try and lift that furniture, honey child, because your furniture can get messed up. Your furniture legs and stuff. So this person says that Caymanian accent water. At least it's clean water, true. Let me see here now. Thanks. Some people don't know what to do. This is where is this? What's this location now? Yeah, boy. And you know where else? I need to call Mr. Panton and see how it looking down in Newlands, because boy, that area down there. This flight now, AA 956. Ooh, honey child. That is not that flight not gonna be able to land. What about a flooded toilet overrun? No, that not a toilet, man. That much water in the ground? No, son, that rainwater getting in some kind of way. All right, let me check flight radar again. Flight radar, your session has timed out. All right, honey child. Log me back in. Cayman Islands. So we got AAL956P. That's an American airline, looks like. Yep, American. Coming in from Miami. No estimated time to land because the plane can't land. I bet you anything they're going to. Wait a minute. That plane can't go Cayman Brac? How many planes can Cayman Brac Airport take at one time, by the way? Because that one has got to be diverted as well. Look at it. Hold on. It looked like you can pass by. See? They probably having to divert, but where they can send that one to the Brac? I don't think the Brac can hold that many. This one, CAY 601, that is coming from Kingston. That looked like that turned away too. What direction is it going? So hold on. How do I remove this annoying guy here? So that came from Jamaica. Past Cayman. Is it going to turn back? It looks like it's turning right now. So I guess we're going to circle around a little bit. Well, Jamaica has quite a bit of air traffic going on there. Yep. See it turning? I keep telling y'all the airport's open, but I don't know why y'all trying to fly for. Stay put, honey child. Relax. Unless she has a roof leak, it sounds like a Honduran Caymanian. She sounds like a Honduran Caymanian to you? I don't know. She sounds like a proper Caymanian to me. So far, Wiltshire Drive is okay. No flooding by me. So sorry to see what some people are going through at this time. Thank you, Miss Morna. The Brac can hold 2 737s. That's it. Well, and another one coming in. Oh, Lord. Let me see now. I bet you that American. Is she going to turn around and go to Miami? Is she going back to Miami? We have a FedEx cargo flight coming in from Guatemala City. Sorry, Miami. Oh, that one's going Guatemala City. Okay, Guatemala City. That's passing by. I think this flight might be you see how they're kind of circling, and they only have so much fuel, so she'll probably do 1 or 2 more circles, and then if she can't land, she's out of here. You have to pay for a premium account for flight radar. Oh, Lord. I don't even ever use this, really. It's other people that be sending it to me. How much is a premium account? That sounds like a waste of money. To control the monitor when using your PC with the mouse connected to smart monitor, install the easy. What is the keyboard shortcut for screen grabbing? Do y'all remember? Is it F something? I need to show Marlon this message that keeps coming up. Is it F2, F3, F4? I can't remember. Does anybody remember? Print screen. I think that's it. This keeps coming up and then it stays there. Lord. And I can't get it to go away. I think it goes away on its own. Anyway. Sounds like the Brackers having a rough time. Is the power back on the Brack, by the way? Shift window S. I think it's print screen, but oh, it just disappeared. I need to show him that message. It's something about a mouse and downloading something. I don't know. All right. Let me go and try and get some work done. And then print screen and paste it. Okay, let me see if it did it. Hold on. Control V. Nope. That never worked. When you print screen stuff, where does it send it even? Screenshots. Let me see. I think I need an allergy tablet because I've noticed over the last couple of days, my sinuses seem to be a little bit agitated. This person says, imagine kids of this generation. Oh, Lord. Do I really want to watch it? But this is a footage of cricket field this morning. Huh? Yes, sir. That looked like an ocean. Wow. Wow. That's a lot of water. JA of the day, parked in the handicap zone, but they're not handicapped. Not being able to read is not a handicap. It just means that you're stupid. Do me a favor, though. Always take a picture of the front where the handicap decal is supposed to be. Because what these people do is when you just take the back, they want clean that they have a handicap sticker. And Foster's is open, but they have that gate down. Oh, they're only using one door? What? So yeah, they claim that they have a handicap sticker in the front and that you just didn't see it. Plus, we report them to the police anyway. I mean, the police can check and verify. But it's not just that you're supposed to have it. You're actually supposed to have it on display. So always send a picture of the front as well. All right. I think that's all I got for you. Let me just see. Normal flight. It just took off from here. This was at 9:41. Oh, it was going from Grand Cayman to Cayman Brack. Okay. Okay, so that should have landed a long time. Airport is open. This one says, hey, Sandra, why are people carrying on about people working in the rain? WTF. Oh, my God. They're like, y'all scared of rain water? What? Like, what's the big deal? Yeah, we'll be all right. Morning, Sandy. KX 601 just passed my house going to land. Okay. Okay. Catching up on messages. Yes. Thank you. Oh, this comment came in earlier. They said, hush about that, Sandra. You remember when John went on camera during quarantine and cried because it was too hard and the governor Alden had to rub his back. Did he actually cry? I don't remember. I don't remember him crying. I know he attacked Wendy over some foolishness and he was always praying and speaking in tongues and languages and whatever. But and talking about donkey parables. So I'm not sure. I don't remember him crying, to be honest. Not to say it didn't happen. Give me 1 second here. Good folks. Oh, I'm trying to find this. Posting this jackass of the day. I don't know why y'all don't leave the blue spots for people who actually need it. Like, seriously, leave the blue spots alone. Cha. All right, hold on. 8466. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Ay. Jackass of the day, indeed. And y'all love to do it at grocery stores. What is it about the grocery store? All right, well, they seem to want the attention. We'll give it to you. Leave the blue spots alone. Even the other day when I had my crooked neck, I was like, oh man, I could use one of those blue spots right about now. I say, who, me? Y'all not catch me up on no more road. No, sir. No, bubble. What a mess. All right, good, beautiful people. Everybody good? I might have missed something, but aren't you able to use the snipping tool native to Windows? Well, the problem with this thing, this pop-up, it's like popping up on the screen, but it's not in Windows. I don't know if this makes any sense, but this is a new screen. So it's actually not in Windows. So the regular snipping tool isn't getting it. So I was wondering if the screen, the print screen would have captured it, but apparently it didn't either. So it's like a setting on the monitor, because I think the monitor it's a computer monitor, but it's also like a TV monitor. So it keeps saying something about if I'm trying to use a mouse with it, must do this and this. So I have to kind of watch it when it comes up again and have Marlon look at it for me. But yeah, I have the native Windows snipping thing. And then I also have another one that I use that has different, like more advanced features. So I can do like video snipping. I can do like a region. I can do a particular thing. I can do keyboard capture, all sorts of stuff. All right. If you have DVR overlay, you can record also with Windows 10 and 11. Oh, maybe I'll just use my phone and take a picture of it. No, strong will. We're not doing 5 hours. Listen, I actually need to send something to Kim and Brack. Oh, darn. I wonder if there's another flight going later on today. One of my customers waiting on me to send them something. So, how is it between here and airport cargo? Any flooding between Savannah going straight to airport cargo and back home? That's like the only place I'm thinking about going today. Ooh, I do find a kind of fancy a salad from the coffee shop, but then that plaza is always underwater, honey chill. I can't afford no car parts, so I ain't messing with it. All right, beautiful people, let's go get some work. So I told you guys yesterday I'm going to be doing a new academic program. I'm not going to tell you much about it yet. So I submitted to get in, you have to submit an academic CV and then a 500-word essay. Honey child, it's hard to contain yourself with only 500 words because I was like 580 something words. I was like, oh man, I got to cut down. That's what happens when you're very verbose. In other words, you got too many words floating around in your head. So I went through it and I did some edits and I proofread it and I removed some unnecessary words. I noticed like a lot of times when you have your verb conjugated, you can put something in front of it, but a lot of times it's an unnecessary word because the conjugated form of the verb already tells you. But I noticed that I do this a lot with my writing. So let me give you an example. If I say the roof has leaked, has is unnecessary. You can just say the roof leaked. So I do that a lot with words like have and has, and I put it in front of the verb when it really isn't necessary. So especially for academic writing, I try to go back and clean that up and remove those words. Ooh, Red Lobster says, come and celebrate Lobster Day with us seafood lovers. I didn't even go to Red Lobster the other day, to be honest. Honey child, I having to replace some AC units around the place. Mama got to do some twerking for some money. Lord Jesus. Because AC condensers are not cheap. Big shout out to Polar Bear, our friends over at Polar Bear. Thank you guys so much. Oh, yeah. I should have talked about them earlier. Remind me to talk about them on the show tomorrow. Polar Bear came on day before yesterday. It had already started raining. They said, oh, no, we can get to you right away because one of our units was having an issue already. Again, I should say. And that one is the one where that room has to be temperature controlled, servers and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, man. And they called and they said, hey, we can get to you this afternoon because we know how important that room is and keeping it the right temperature. And man, they came out and did a phenomenal job. So thank you. A million thank yous to the guys over at Polar Bear. They're so professional. Anything that you need, I'm going to show you guys some of the other stuff that they do. But anything that you need, AC related or even appliances, they have the appliance plan. I'm going to start bigging them up for real. I like them. Brett really, they have a guy there named Johan. He's a technician that I think he was recognized for some accolade or something the other day. Does a phenomenal job. Let me show you all what he did for me the other day. So we had a stove that the panel needed to be, let me check the plumber. I got some plumbing work to do as well. Now's the time for this kind of stuff because y'all can't be that busy. I'll say you're coming today. You'll be inside for 10 minutes. So we needed. I was like, ooh, honey child, mama gotta be trying to save some money these days. What are these people coming with all these expensive prices? So I just went to the manufacturer, gave them the model number and everything. And they said, okay, this is what you need. I ordered, it's a joke. If I ordered it here in Cayman, it would have taken 6 to 8 weeks for the company to order it and bring it in. Okay. Mm-hmm. I ordered it and it took 2 days. 2 days. I paid like $10 for expediting shipping. Took 2 days to get from the place, wherever Samsung is located, to my Miami box. I was going up anyway, and I brought it in. And then there you go. It was just this front piece here with knobs are. And then this is Johan now showing that everything's working. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, yep. Stove heating up good. Looking good. Nice. Right? There you go. Panel is brand new. It was all stained up and stuff before. Now it's brand new. Looking amazing. Thank you. And I did it for a fraction of the price of having the appliance company where I bought the appliance from have them bring it in. Sorry. We got to save money where we can. And so, excuse me for being frugal sometimes. I ordered it. Somebody said, ordered a part from where? I ordered directly from the company. These companies are good. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm gonna try and see if I can hold on. Let me see if I can show you guys what it looked like before. Uh-huh. All right, let me see. I think some cleaning stuff had gotten on it or something. I'm not really sure. Okay, hold on. Gotta show the before and after. Okay. Hold on, Linda. Hold on, Linda. Coming through. Mm-hmm. Okay, look at this. This is the before picture, why it needed to be replaced. Y'all should be careful when you're cleaning, like what solvents and stuff you use, because this is black steel, but child, they can't take nothing. It's not like steel back in the day, I guess. You can easily mess up some of these things. And we didn't mess it up. Somebody else messed it up. So look at this. This is a before. So see how it had that was not coming off. And it was kind of like all over the place. Yep, before and after. Looking brand spanking new. Because it is new. That panel piece, that little piece right there is new. Looking good. Yep, working good, looking good. There we go. Big shout out, like I said before and after. Nice. Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta make my graphics guy do a little before and after picture for me. I'm gonna send him this and ask him to hook me up. Hook me up. Where is he? Mr. Ali. Let's get a before and after shot. Let me see the after. Do I have an after of just a photo? I don't think I do, you know. Hold on. Let me see. I might. Yeah, he didn't. He only sent me the video. All right. See if you can grab. Please grab a picture from this video of the panel that was replaced. Let me see if he can do that for me. He should be able to. All right. Listen, you don't need to know how to do everything in business. You just need to know somebody who knows how to do it. So yeah, looking good, looking good. All right, folks. Thank you guys so much. Strong Will says if you had ordered it from A.L. Thompson's, you would also pay a leg and an arm. Well, let me also say this about A.L. Thompson's. It depends, because I love me an A.L. Thompson's. I'm always up in there looking at something. And you know, to be fair, the pricing, it depends on what it is. So there are times that I've actually seen things on A.L. Thompson's on Amazon. Now, I don't know how they work in that kind of magic. I don't know what kind of voodoo shopping magic that is, but I'm here for it. But you have to shop around. So, for example, this is not who was ordering my appliance, by the way, to be clear. It was not them. It was somebody else. But I tell you what, the other day, I'd ordered some sliding doors from them. We have a bathroom here that some years ago we took out. What did we? I can't remember. Was it always a shower? Or was there a tub in there? I think there was a tub in there, and we removed the tub and put in a shower. I can't remember how it goes. Yes, no. It was a shower, but it was one of those at the bottom, and a leak or something in there that was causing the tile to be discolored. So we came and saw. All right. Eventually, it was changed out. And when we changed out, we got new doors. They were totally different. Like it wasn't the casing, right? So we did all of that. And I got the sliding doors from A.L. Thompson. So this is years later. The sliding door rollers have crystallized, I guess. Nobody hardly ever uses that shower. But anyway, it crystallized or something. So we had to get the rollers. So I was surprised that Thompson's did not keep stock, especially since they sell the doors. I'm thinking, shall I be selling the part when people need to replace it? Anyway, my computer is moving. So anyway, they don't sell it. And then I said, well, we can order it for you. And I said, oh. I said, how much will it be? The original price wasn't that bad. It was like $30-something. But then I'm like, well, can I get it expedited? And that's when the price went up exponentially. So they're like, oh, yeah, we can expedite it for you. But now it's going to be $100 with the expediting. I'm like, let me just price check that and get back to you. So I went online again, spoke to the company. So it was going to be, it's a Kohler sliding door. So this is the inside roller kit. So basically they'd come back saying it was going to be $100. What did they say? So I said, yeah, what was the turnaround time? And it was like 2 weeks. So listen, 6 to 12 weeks. This is where shit gets real in Cayman. Please note that the standard lead time for special ordered items is approximately 6 to 12 weeks. However, we can expedite delivery to the island within 2 weeks via FedEx for an additional fee of $100. So on top of paying whatever it was for the door, the part, which I think is like $30-something, I can't remember now, I would then have to turn around and pay $100 on top of that to get it expedited in Cayman. And I was like, no. So what I did was I went to the company and I actually ordered 2 of these, sent it to my mailbox in Miami and paid like $70-something for the 2, expedited shipping too. So now I got to link up with my doorman to come and to install that on for me. Oh, good. He says he'll try and come this afternoon. All right. Due to flooding, the following roads are closed: Halifax Road, Huldah Avenue, Dorsey Drive, Bronze Road, Webb Road, Hope Road. Oh my gosh. Wow. Road closures, folks. Stay off the roads. Well, that means I'm not going anywhere today. I might go up to Foster's here in Countryside, but I'm not going to venture to town. I'll leave my eyeglass situation until later. All right, let me post this. Everybody has the latest. The latest and the greatest right here. Okay, road closures. Kaboom. All done. Then I will grab that link and share it to everybody in the WhatsApp group. Tomorrow afternoon. Okay, thanks. It's super blurry and the audio is skipping. You need to refresh your feed. Yeah, I'm kind of curious if this weather is doing anything to the internet. Oh my gosh, look at how blurry it is. Hold on. Let's refresh. Y'all got to tell me when I'm blurry because I don't know. Yeah, that was like really blurry. So that just tells me that something going on weird with the internet. 4 hours on Instagram will automatically cut off, by the way. So that's a little bit better. Not really much. Still looks a little bit greeny to me. Anyway, that's the internet struggling, shell. I might have to plug in the other internet cable. I got 2 of them, so I try the other one and see how that is. Okay, so let me just copy and paste this. I need to go do some testing of a microphone setup. So if you guys see me go live, that's what that is all about. I'm going to do that here next. That's on my to-do list. And then let's check the emails. Let's see if Auntie got accepted into her academic program. They're in the UK. So they told me by this afternoon I might know. So let's see. This morning. Thank you for your written application made in respect for your online postgraduate diploma course, which commenced on your application has been successful. Bam! Oh God, now I got to find money to pay him. Upon receipt of the fees, your placement course will be confirmed. All right, Mr. Henry. Oh, man, how much money is that in CI dollars? Pounds. What's the exchange rate these days? I think it's almost 1 for 1, right? Oh, man, everything costs money. Education costs money, folks. Let me do the currency exchange and see. Currency exchange. So I told Gigi, me and her are going to be sitting down doing homework together now. All right, let me see this in Cayman dollars, Cayman Islands dollars. Yep, just about 1 for 1. It's actually more in CI. All right, I will find the money because that's a priority. Education is a priority upon receipt of fees. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mama's going to be studying. All right, good. Oh, that means I'll be doing my academic writing again. Woohoo. Yes, sir. I'll share the good news at Marlon and be like, oh, great. Something else for you to do. Got online courses that I'll be attending. Oh, yeah. They read that essay and they thought, oh, she don't really need this degree. She's just taking this for fun. I like to have my little piece of paper, honey child. I don't care if I got it in my head or not. What is person saying? These effing people have learned nothing. Who? Who are you cussing? Oh my gosh. Who are you cussing this morning? Oh my God. Let me just send it to immigration. I can't deal with him. You're not gonna sense. Just leave him right there. I tell y'all they tone deaf, culture deaf, tone deaf, common sense deaf. Thank you so much. This person says, well done on your course accepted. Thank you. It is a 2-year program. You can do it in a year if you double up on the courses, but I'm not trying to stress my brain too much because I do have a lot going on. So I'm gonna do it in the 2 years because yeah, I'm busy. I work a full-time job and then some. What school? I'm gonna tell y'all later. I'm not ready to tell you yet. Let me start to get underway, honey child, and see how it's gonna go. I think at the halfway mark, I'll tell you what it is. But yes, I've decided to get a postgraduate diploma in something. All righty. Yes, sir. It's on now, honey child. We'll be reading and doing our homework. I think I'm gonna do a PhD program. You know, I had actually started a PhD program and then life got in the way. But I think after this, I think I might go do a PhD program. Lots of options online these days, you know? You know what I mean? You know, so I think I'll do so. US versus American PhD programs. I'll probably do an American one. This is a UK postgraduate program. Obviously, my law degree is US, but my master's and my bachelor's are both US. Law degree is UK, sorry. Different styles, yes. Which do I prefer? Probably the American system, only because it's more familiar to me. So I think I'm going to look for a good PhD program to do after this and get my doctorate in something good. Thank you, Shaka Zulu. You got to keep working the brain just like anything else. You don't work it, you lose it. Thanks, Gabby. All right, good folks. That's it. Let's get to work. Let's get around to doing some real work. I'm going to be testing some audio. So if y'all hear me on the microphone doing a live stream, it's just to test audio with my phone because I am getting ready for election season, honey child. Got to make sure we got the greatest equipment, the latest equipment. I got some new mounts. I have a new, what's it called? Oh, God. Hold on. Let me tell y'all what it's called. It is called I never use one, so I always forget what they're called. Oh, darn it. What's the screen called that has the words on it? Oh, Lord, have mercy. Teleprompter. So yes, I do have a new teleprompter as well. That's for the MPs more so than for me. So I'm going to try to set that up today because I should start testing it. And you know when it would come in handy? Because I don't use a teleprompter for this show. Clearly, we're like stream of thought here. That's why half the time we're all over the damn place. But having said that, I think a teleprompter is good if you just want to stay on script. So doing like video editorials, which by the way, I'm going to start doing more of those because I want to encourage you guys to do it. Send in your video editorial vlogs. Like whatever you think in a topic, you send it and we'll share it on CMR. But when I'm doing like certain interviews, thank you, Shaka Zulu. When I'm doing interviews, some politicians or wannabe are horrible at saying what they want to say. They're not the best communicators, unfortunately. One-on-one, they're fine having a conversation. But if you need to record a speech with them and you just want them to get to the points, bam, 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 they can't do it. So the teleprompter will be an added tool in our chess box or arsenal, to help us help them come across a bit more polished. So yes, I do have a new teleprompter that I'm going to connect and I'm going to figure out because I'm going to be like remotely using it when I'm like what we call gun and shoot kind of video setup. I want to see how to set that up with my phone. I'll have to use a desktop tripod. So I need to like work out the logistics both in my head and do a practice run of what the setup will be like. So if I go and sit down, I do an interview with someone, I put the teleprompter up, whatever script they have, and this teleprompter apparently got an update recently where it actually has a new AI feature. So like if you stop or you pause, it stops with you. Like it's listening to your voice, which is pretty cool. So I'm going to play around with that a little bit. Yeah. So, hi, do you mind going to the store? Stacy asking me to go to the store. What am I going to the store for? Y'all know when I go to the store, I can't get what? One long list of groceries. Why am I going to the store, Miss Stacy? She probably like, I don't want my car to get flooded out. All of this at the store? Lord Jesus. Oh, she want to make some soup though. Based on the list. No, I will take you to the store, but I ain't going in there grocery shopping. Another degree, you're running out of wall space. All right, I tell you what, I will take you grocery shopping because there is something there is one item that I want from the grocery store. You guys know what I do when I go to the grocery store, right? I don't really go a whole lot anymore. But I always love when little old people come behind me and I always ask their permission because I think some people might feel a little bit weird about it. But I'm like, can I pay for your groceries? One little guy the other day, he didn't have much. I was like, do you mind if I pay for your groceries? He's like, oh, okay, no problem. Sometimes I think people are like, this is so weird and so random. Why is she? But I reserve it for people who are like, not always old. Because sometimes I see like some Jamaican construction guys. I'm like, y'all look like you're working extra hard today. I'm going to treat you to your groceries. Let me take care of this for you. Now, some of them be thinking that I'd be trying to get in a relationship with them just because I pay for your groceries. I'm like, no. Back it up. I already have a Jamaican husband. Thank you very much. I don't need more than one. I don't need a husband and a boyfriend. So, no. You need to do some editing to add context with details the speaker is referencing, like locations and historical images. Sometimes I can't do it, Shaka, because they don't have, I love when I go and people have photos, that I can take a picture of the photo or whatever. But a lot of these old people, if they have photo albums, you're not taking their photo album nowhere, honey child. And then you can't always find that stuff. So it can be challenging, but that's a good idea anyway. To do some overlays and stuff. You see, I'm not a professional videographer, I just try a little something. And then the people that I use, they're not familiar with, they're not familiar with the context of Cayman. Lord God, somebody fighting them on social media. Please note that road closure messaging is currently being revised to ensure that we communicate levels of access allowed on the roads. So some roads will have small and low vehicle emergency access only. An updated graphic with details is forthcoming. I mean, y'all literally just sent that out and you're changing it already? All right. Anyway, we'll be on top of it, y'all. We'll share whatever they send us. Yeah, somebody said, why is Miss Stacy sending you the grocery list? Your Jeep is high and you haven't been outside since Monday. Actually, I haven't been outside since Sunday except to walk the dog, and I'm perfectly fine with that. You think an intern can do that kind of stuff, Shaka? Oh, Lord. It's good in theory till you have to be hand-holding them, and then I'm like, I ain't got no time for that. All right, folks. You know what comfort food I could go for today? I feel like a good salad. Always in the mood for really good salad, to be honest. I could also go for some nice quiche. Delicioso. And I was just thinking to myself, if it's not going to be a nice pot of some stew conch, which would go good right about now with some breadfruit, rice and beans, a little piece of plantain. I would love me some Thai orchid today. Oh my God, their food is so delicious. But on that note, I need to go find some food because I am hungry. I haven't had anything to eat today. So let's go grocery shopping. Let's get some food. Oh, Jesus. Y'all are being fooled by these wannabe MPs. Some of them coming strong with, oh, look, I'm doing a community project. Yay. Oh, family ties in the world of politics. Yes. Well, my great grandpapa was an MP, so you should vote for me. Right. Okay. My great house dog 5 times removed was the MP's dog. So y'all should vote for me. Okay, then. All right. Okay, good folks. All right, that's it. Be good. Oh, do you use Canva for video stuff? I don't know. I mean, you got to learn all these different applications. I would love if somebody here was a Canva expert, actually. All right, folks, let me get on with life. I've got stuff to do. And we got to get it done. Simple as that. All right, grocery shopping. Here we come. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, somebody sent me crickets. Yeah, down by Cricket Square. They're underwater. All right. See y'all tomorrow morning? Yes, honey, y'all. Tomorrow's Thursday. Oh, let me check in with MP Panton, because normally Thursdays is the day that he's able to come on. So let's check and see if he can make it. Okay. Y'all have an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, super productive day. Remember, remain resilient. That's the key. See you tomorrow morning.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.